hold on like 3 seconds.
So, yeah. Oh, it's still on, yeah.
And hold it for like 3 seconds. You can see going off.
Oh, got it.
If everybody would find their seats, we're going to get this show on the road. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Randy Lickey, and I have the pleasure of serving as the host area coordinator for our Duke-UNC Rotary Peace Center. And we're delighted to have each and every one of you with us for our 22nd annual spring conference. There's a sound of me coming out behind me, and it's a little odd. Anyway, before we get started, I would like to ask one of our second-year fellows, Jacinta Bailey, to come forward, and she's going to make a few opening remarks.
G'day, my name's Jacinta and I'm a second-year Rotary Peace Fellow. In Australia, it is tradition that we begin every meeting, gathering and conference with an acknowledgement of the Indigenous land that we stand on. We do this for three main reasons. One, it reminds us that this land was never ceded and remains Indigenous land. Two, it connects us to our responsibility to this land, to local Indigenous peoples, and to continue learning about the land that we are on. Three, yeah, that goes strange. Three, it invites us to reflect on our place within this land's history and to consider how we can contribute to reconciliation through our actions and commitments. And so the Duke-UNC Rotary Peace Center recognizes that we are gathered today on the Indigenous lands of the Occaneechi Band of the Saponi Nation. We honor their elders, past and present, and give our deep gratitude for the ways Occaneechi peoples have kept this land and her stories alive for generations. We extend this respect and acknowledgement to the continued presence of the Saponi peoples, a group that includes the Ino, Tutelo, Occaneechi, and Shakori tribes, who are the traditional custodians of these lands known as the Piedmont region of North Carolina. As guests on this land, we commit to treating it with the same respect, love, and care that the Occaneechi Saponi peoples have shown across generations. Always was, always will be Occaneechi land. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacinta. So together we gather around the theme, Stories of Peace, Centering Community for Collective Transformation. As a courtesy to everyone, including yourselves and the speakers, if you have one of these or other things that makes a buzz, a sound, a ring, please silent it. I will tell a brief story of myself. I was leading a training session for a Rotary district, and I gave that and put my phone down, and 2 minutes later it rang. And I had said that if it happened, it was $100 to the Rotary Foundation. So any Rotarian here, if your phone goes off, you're going to peel out $100 to give to the Rotary Foundation dedicated to the Peace Program. We're fortunate today to have with us Rotary Foundation trustee Marty Hellman. Marty's a passionate supporter of our Peace Centers program. She previously served as chair of Rotary's Peace Center Major Gifts Initiative, and she's also still working, I believe, on the working group that selects sites for new Peace Centers. So I now invite Marty to come up and give us a few comments.
It's not often mentioned, but when Paul Harris started Rotary 120 years ago, he thought he was starting a local service organization. Wrong again. It took World War I for Rotary to include the word international in our governing documents. And from the beginning, from the end of World War I, our first international program was international graduate fellowships. The idea was that young men, they were of course all young men in those days, young men from Germany would travel to France and England and vice versa, and there'd be no more war. Well, life is a bit more complicated than that. Coming out of World War II, Rotary started the ambassadorial scholarships, which have morphed into the global grant scholarships. And in the mid-90s, the then chair of the Rotary Foundation was a gentleman from India named Rajendra Saboo. And the story goes, and I've had this verified, it really happened. The story goes that Rajendra Saboo had a light day at the office, and he went for a walk there in Evanston, Illinois, and he wandered onto the campus of Northwestern University, and I guess he got lost, and he looked up, and there the sign on the building said Kellogg School of Management. And Rajendra Saboo said to himself, if a cereal company can have a management school, then why can't Rotary have a peace school? And within a decade, of course, Rotary had 6 peace schools in the form of the Rotary Peace Center program, and that number is only growing. We opened a new campus in Africa at Makerere University in Uganda in 2021 in the middle of the pandemic. We opened a new campus this year at Bahçeşehir University in Istanbul, Turkey. And in 2 years, we will open a new center in Pune, India at Symbiosis International University. And the trustees are committed to yet another new campus before the end of the decade, somewhere in Latin America. We have 1,900 graduates around the globe working to develop and maintain peace, and we're not done yet. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marty. We truly appreciate you being with us throughout this weekend. We're also honored to have with us Simona Pinton, who is the chair of the Rotary Foundation Peace Centers Committee and Peace Fellow. She is a Peace Fellow alumni herself. Simona, if you would stand up. See if I can get my act together here. No. It was. It's got green. Oh, aim it. Don't aim it at the screen. Thank you, Susan. So with that, I now would like to ask the members of our Duke-UNC Rotary Peace Center Advisory Board to stand and be recognized. First, Susan Carroll. John Abels from Duke University. Sharon Thomas from UNC. Is Sharon here? There. Carol Allen. No. Our program manager, Tom Lassiter, who is all the way up in the corner. Catherine Admay, who is our faculty director at Duke. Suzanne Maimon from UNC, our faculty director. Our co-directors emeritus, Francis Letham from Duke. Jim Peacock from UNC, who I know is not here, but and then we have 2 alumni representatives who I don't know why in the world they're not here, but Muyatwa Satali, who's in Geneva, and Karina Ito, who lives in Brazil. So please, if you have the opportunity and you've not done so, talk to these folks and thank them. Thank them for the work they put in to keep the Peace Center what it is. In addition to our Peace Center board and honored guests, we have several current and past Rotary leaders with us today. I'll quickly run through a few of them. Past International Director Ken Morgan. Rotary District 7710 Governor Jeff Blass is here, I believe. Rotary 7600 Governor Joy Klein. Is Joy with us? Yeah, there's Joy. Rotary 7680 Governor Kevin Kendrick. Rotary 7730 Governor CJ Crooks. CJ. We also have our Zone 33 Rotary Regional Foundation Coordinator, Bernie Rydell, with us. Bernie. There he is. And then from our staff in Evanston, our Rotary Peace Center's Program Director, Laura Desher. Rotary Peace Center's Program Officer, Christina Lanzona. And we have two important folks here, our Rotary Foundation Major Gifts Officers, Laurie Menzel and John Tesh. And they would be happy to talk to you about how you can invest in our foundation. So see them immediately during the break. There are many past district governors and other Rotary leaders here. It's always the risk when you name some people that you'll miss somebody, but time doesn't allow to go through everybody. And if I've missed you, I'm sorry. But thank you all again for joining us today. Throughout their fellowships, each of our fellows is matched with a local Rotarian that serves throughout their term as a host counselor. These families help them at their arrival, help them navigate through and understand our bizarre customs at times, our traditions, and really just be a friendly resource for them throughout their time here. I know in the audience we have a number of current and past host counselors. If you would just stand to briefly be recognized, please do so. Yes, I cannot thank you enough for what you do to help enrich the lives of our fellows. Today, we all have the privilege of hearing from our second-year fellows who will soon be graduating and moving on in a very unsettled environment, I think we can all admit. During their presentations, you're going to hear a variety of viewpoints. You may or may not agree with some of those viewpoints, which is fine. But remember, everybody's entitled to their own individual views, and that courteous discourse is the key to everything we do with respect to the element of conflict avoidance and resolution. So now, I'm honored to ask Susan Carroll, our Managing Director, to come up and introduce our first-year fellows and cover a lot of other stuff.
Good morning. So welcome to the 22nd Annual Rotary Peace Center Conference. My name is Susan Carroll, and I'm the Managing Director. I want to welcome those of you who are sitting here in the auditorium, the Nelson Mandela Auditorium at the University of North Carolina. And I'd like to welcome our virtual audience who are tuning in from all over the world. In a few minutes, you'll have a chance to meet our graduating Rotary Peace Fellows who will present the work they have undertaken during their time as graduate students at Duke and UNC. After short presentations, they'll participate in a series of discussions where you'll have a chance to join the conversation by asking them questions. But I would like to take a moment to introduce our first-year fellows, and I'd like to ask them to stand and stay standing so you can see all of them once I'm done reading their names. So studying at Duke University, we have Tibeb Abate Asfar. We have Nischal Karal. Oh, right, he's busy. Ebrar Oliver. Lillian Villanova Cazella Book. And studying at UNC, we have Hanan Kadi Abafita. Priscilla Aropagazam. Mohammed Fakri. Sharmeen Hakim Indirawala. Debbie Caramera. Hafiz Kader. Rory Newberry. And Khaled Shah. So So you can read all of their bios as well as our graduating fellows' bios are in your program. So you can sit down now. With over 300 people attending the conference today, near and far, our fellows will obviously not be able to answer all of your questions. And for that, we apologize in advance. However, something new we have added this year is what someone named the burning questions box. Oh, sorry. There we go. The burning questions box, which is located outside the auditorium doors, just to the left by the windows. And there are index cards out there with pens, and if you have a question that you wanted to ask and you did not have the opportunity, or you have several questions, write those questions on an index card and put them in the box. And then sometime in the second half of May, we will put out a blog post. And in that blog post, the fellows will answer those questions. So if you want to receive notice of that blog post, make sure you're signed up for our listserv. And also by the questions box is a sign-up sheet for the listserv in case you are not already on it. So that means you would receive periodic announcements. We do not send things out all the time, so don't worry about being spammed by the Rotary Center. You'll get our newsletters, the announcement of the conference, and other public events. So before we begin, a few important points for our in-person audience. Please do not walk across the projector. So there is a space behind that very back row, but try not to walk in front of that. There are restrooms both down here as well as up there. So if you are up at the top and you want to head out there, that is the door that you would want to go to. And as Randy said, please turn off your mobile devices and make sure that you are not also tuned into the webinar link in the auditorium. And for all conference attendees near and far, we will alternate questions between our live and virtual audience. So to our virtual attendees, ask questions, put them in the Q&A box on the webinar screen. And for all questioners, please limit your questions to an actual questions. We don't want commentary or statements or lectures first. And with limited time, no three-part questions, just please ask one question. So we are going to begin, and our first presentation will be by Leila Abed, who will talk about the role that social media plays in both inciting conflict or creating conditions for peace. And after Leila, we will have a short break.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for joining us today. I'm Leila Abed, a Rotary Peace Fellow from Palestine. And I'm wearing the Palestinian traditional dress, in case you wonder. Today, I'm going to take you through a short journey to the digital world. But before we start, I would like to ask you, please raise your hand if you use any social media platform. Thank you. As I see, most of you are users of social media. So I'm happy to tell you, you are in the right place. And this presentation for you. Social media is promoted to us as tools and platforms that help people connect and communicate. But the question, does social media bring the promised connectivity? Unfortunately, not always. Today, I'm going to show you how social media used to create divide, exclusion, racism, and even violence against minorities. We will see how social media contributed to anti-refugee sentiment. Where is this happening? And most importantly, what can we do? So let's dive in. Social media acts as conduits for misinformation, hate speech, and exclusionary rhetoric. It allows rapid dissemination of fabricated stories, manipulated images, and hostile language. Lack of effective oversight and content moderation allows harmful content to reproduce unchecked. Freedom of speech is used to defend hate speech. This created a situation where racist sentiments are magnified, discriminatory attitudes are normalized, and online communities reinforce negative discourse. Algorithmic amplification further exacerbates the problem, creating echo chambers where anti-refugee sentiment thrives. Where is this happening? Everywhere, even within the most democratic countries. It happened in Europe during the refugees crisis, which involved large number of asylum seekers coming from countries like Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Somalia. Social media amplified exclusionary views by spreading misinformation, dehumanizing refugees, and facilitating anti-refugee rhetoric, particularly from radical right and populist groups, which fueled fear and normalized anti-refugee policies. It happened also in New Zealand. The 2019 Christchurch mosque shootings carried out by a white supremacist and resulted in killing 51 and injuring 40 Muslims. It was live streamed on social media, particularly Facebook, which amplified hate speech and violent content. Not only that, Facebook's algorithms found to be suggesting searches for terms related to the shootings when users typed in Christchurch or New Zealand. It contributed to the spread of the attack video despite efforts to remove the content. It happened also in Myanmar in 2017, when the Rohingya crisis intensified, with over 700,000 fleeing to Bangladesh due to a military crackdown. Social media, and again, Facebook, disseminated anti-refugee, anti-Rohingya hate speech, misinformation, and incited violence. What can we do? Different countries use different approaches to mitigate anti-refugee sentiment. In the United States, people believe in the power of words. USA for UNHCR used a storytelling approach by launching Refugee Voices campaign, a collection of stories that highlight the journeys refugees are forced to take to find safety. One interesting story is about a Rohingya girl from Myanmar. She was lucky enough to leave the refugee camps and come to the United States, where she started her journey advocating for her people. If you are interested in her story or others, visit their website, look at the map, pick your state, and search for your neighbor refugees. Read their stories and discover inspiring refugees in your community. In New Zealand, a young artist used art to connect people. Robbie Jones posted her artwork after the shooting in 2019, depicting two women embracing. One, a Muslim wearing a hijab, with the message, "This is your home and you should have been safe here." The original drawing was left by mourners at the memorials. It was printed on posters all around New Zealand. It has been shared widely on social media, printed out and taken to mosques, and even redrawn and replicated as a symbol of compassion. The artist has been commissioned by Time magazine to illustrate the cover of its international April 1st edition. In France, to enhance social cohesion, community used a different approach, bringing citizens and refugees together around a positive cultural experience. The NGO Food Sweet Food and UNHCR launched Refugee Food Festival in 2016 with the support of many citizens, local authorities, restaurants, and businesses as part of the World Refugee Day celebrations. Restaurants opened their kitchens for refugee chefs from different countries: Ukraine, Eritrea, India, Iran, and many others. Chefs have the chance to show their cooking talents and to promote their food traditions, while citizens discover a new culture through its cuisine. In 1 year, this initiative has expanded to 13 major European cities: Paris, Brussels, Madrid, Amsterdam, Rome, Florence, Milan, and others. Up to date, it expanded to 24 cities. This campaign has been shared widely on social media, announcing events, sharing videos, images, and news about Refugee Food Festival. These are the different approaches used by different countries. But what about you? Besides learning about refugees' journeys, stories, and their contribution to the community, you have one more thing to do. As users of social media, every one of us has a responsibility to make social media a safe space for everyone in order to make our world more peaceful. So I kindly ask you, please don't like, don't follow, don't share or subscribe to any content on social media until you ask yourself the Rotary four-way test. And let's say it together. Is it? Is it? Will it be? Will it be? Thank you.
That was great. It's a pleasure to be with you here this morning and to start off such a powerful and important presentation to start this day.
Thank you.
When I think about the complexity of what you're talking about, I looked up some research, just a little research, and the Pew Research Center said that just over half of the US adults in this country get some form of news from social media. And at least 25% say they often is their news source. And those that do, a third of the US Americans say that comes from Facebook and YouTube. That might not be a lot of people in this audience, but it certainly is a lot of people in this country. And then smaller shares get it from other sources. You talked about algorithms and how they feed news to you as depending on what you've already looked at or inquired about, and that this can create an echo chamber.
Yeah.
So you're only getting the same thing again and again, and you're not getting alternatives, viewpoints. It seems to me that government, these social media platforms, and civil society all have a role here, or should have a role here. What do you think that role is in the responsibility that they each can play? And do you have examples of where that is being done?
Thank you for your question. Actually, it's a very important question because, as I explained in the presentation, that now we depend on social media as part of our life. So we have to be careful and responsible and accountable. So each party of the three that you mentioned have a role. For example, if we start with the tech companies, there is a big responsibility on the tech companies. These tech companies should be responsible and accountable for their platforms. First of all, they can develop policies which distinguish between what is considered legitimate discussions and debates and which is considered hate speech. Also, they can share anonymized data from their platforms. So for researcher, for civil society organization, to do like researches on the patterns related to anti-refugee sentiment, so we can be more informed about the topic and how to deal with it. Additionally, tech companies can be more accountable by reviewing their recommendation systems. So when you go to Facebook, for example, or any other platform and search something, sometimes you will find that Facebook actually is promoting something not positive. So these tech companies should be more accountable and review these algorithms and their recommendation systems. Also, I think that for these tech companies, they can cooperate with other parties, as we will mention later. For the government, we see that usually government participate in regulations, developing legal frameworks, So their role is to hold social media platforms and tech companies accountable and transparent for their platforms to not cause harm to the society. Also, they have a responsibility to educate people, raise their awareness about how these sentiments can affect social cohesion in the communities. Additionally, they can contribute in integrating refugees and creating experiences between refugees and host communities and regular citizens. In this case, citizens know more about refugees instead of just the information shared everywhere. Also, they can provide factual information or websites or sources of data, so people can look for data about refugees in these credible websites. Additionally, for the civil society organizations, they can work as monitoring. They can monitor these. Yeah. Is it
I
working
think
now?
you said something social media didn't like.
Yep. So civil society can monitor and report hate speech and harmful content and hold these companies accountable. Also, they can monitor the policies that the government implementing and see if it works or not. Additionally, they can contribute with counter narrative, like the example of United States, where they promoted the positive cultural experience about and story about refugees. So this is more powerful that efforts that organization can do. One thing that the three of these parties can do together, they can develop like a structure, permanent structure from these three parties and even including refugees representative, so they can together assess the challenges they are facing and how they can deal with it. They can also develop ethical framework. So what is considered hate speech, what is considered freedom of speech. Also together, they can work like a crisis planning. So if there is like a viral hate speech or misinformation, how the three agencies together can contribute to mitigate this hate speech or misinformation. So they are together have responsibilities. And just I would like to add one last thing because it's just important. For tech companies, I read about an example before. Like the tech companies developed like a credit score for news pages or some pages on social media. So if these pages share false information or misinformation, the credibility score of these pages goes down. Thus, the users, when they deal with these pages, they know that this page is not incredible and there are information there might not be correct, which is a great example. Yeah, the example that you mentioned about great example in the world, I would like to share about the Australian example. So in Australia, there is e-safety commissioner. This is like a government agency which promote online safety. So they try to remove harmful content from internet in general and make media a safe internet, a safe space for everyone, and protecting all users, especially those in risk, like children or minorities, like refugees and other communities. So this organization, this agency work through three main pillars. The first one is the prevention through raising awareness. They raise community awareness and they even raise users awareness, how to protect their safety, how to protect their information, how to deal with these social platforms and to protect their privacy. The other pillar, it's a protection through removing harmful content from social media and protecting users at risk, cyberbullying, investigating these reports, investigating any report that they receive. Thirdly, they work like a proactive, so they encourage tech companies to develop and enhance the social media platforms to be more safe for users, so mitigate harmful content even before it's created. before it's become on the social media.
Thank you. Thank you. We'd like to take some questions from the audience. We have one over here.
Good morning. Ralph Menzel, Rotary E-Club of Global Peace Builders, Northern Virginia. My question is, and I applaud the effort of trying to diminish the harmful effect of social media. Who are we to make the determination what is harmful? It's a give and take situation, even with a government agency. I think it's really difficult to ascertain what is harmful. So any ideas as to how you balance that for all of the issues out there? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Really, it's very important. And actually, it's a challenging, because here we're talking about hate speech, harmful content, and we talk about freedom of speech. In a lot of countries, when they use these laws for hate speech, actually they use it to prevent freedom of speech and eliminate freedom of speech. And there are a lot of examples from around the world. So we need here to understand something, that when we talk about harmful content and when we talk about freedom of speech, we need to understand the context. So where is this happening? It depends. Where is this happening? So what considered hate speech in one country might not consider hate speech in another. What considered freedom of speech here might not be freedom of speech in a different country. So we have to understand the context carefully. Also, my other recommendation is that intent matter. And it's very difficult to measure intent or to assess what is the intent behind the context. So the best way to do this is just do like collective effort, collecting parties from government, from representative from the society, parties from civil society. This mixture of people, they can together agree what we can define hate speech or harmful content. As we diversify this work, as we diversify the people who feed in the definition, would be more powerful. And thank you.
Happy to take a question if there's one online. And if yes, we do. Carol, would you like to tell us what that is?
It was actually a two-part question, so I'm going to try to make it a one-part question per Susan's instructions.
Susan has rules about this.
Yes, she does. So the question is, what can Rotary do to tackle the issue of weaponization of social media?
So what I would like to say here is what we can do, like everyone, how we can be more informed and responsible. So what I would like to recommend, first of all, is that everyone become more aware about what's going on social media or everywhere. So the first advice is just don't depend only on one source. It's very dangerous to keep your information from only one source, social media, or just in newspapers or radio or TV. There are many outlets and sources. Just diversify from where you get your information. Then, after you read this and get your input, ask other people's, listen to their opinions, ask what they think about these different topics. Listen. After that, use your critical thinking skills. What do you think about what you read, what you hear from other people's? Does it make sense? Doesn't make sense? Whatever. And most importantly, don't get to a conclusion very quickly. Usually, when it's a challenging topic and complicated, there is no clear or quick conclusion to that topic usually. Keep it, sleep on it, think of it, and don't get this conclusion very quickly. So if every one of us use these skills and start thinking of these topics, when we come together, like for the Rotary, we would like to design an initiative, we would like to design a project, we have to think, how does this project will contribute to benefiting the society? Does it has like a component related to social media? Does it mitigate harmful content or not? And try to see how we can leverage this project by using the benefits of social media and mitigating the harm of social media. So as we see in the examples here, social media can be used as a harmful or as a powerful tool, and you decide how you want to use it.
And as you said, use the four-way test.
Exactly.
Another question from the audience. Right here.
Check.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
So just wanted to introduce myself real quick. I'm a Rotary Peace Fellow from University of Bradford. I graduated in 2019. So my question is, I know you're talking about social media and hate speech and anti-refugee. I completely agree with you because I'm a refugee myself from Sudan. But my question is going to be a little bit harder, and I want you to be ready for it. Do you see a connection between countries where there's this anti-refugee sentiment and the policy of these countries where refugees are coming from? Is there a connection between countries where we've seen a rise of anti-refugees and the conflict that are happening that are causing these people to be refugees?
What I would like to say here is that, of course, there is like a connection. We have to understand that social media driven anti-refugee sentiment is not just the only driver that affect anti-refugee sentiment. There are a lot of factors that affect it. Politics, one of them, culture, economy, and other factors. So if we just try to focus only on social media and how it can affect the sentiment, we're not having a comprehensive, full view of the conflict, of the topic. So what we need to understand the local context. We need to understand the nuance of each country. We have to pay attention to these factors. For example, I'll just mention one example. So my research, I'm doing this on Jordan, trying to explore how social media affected negative sentiment regarding refugees. So actually, Jordan is one of the countries that host refugees along decades. Third of the population in Jordan are refugees from Palestinians, Iraqi, and Syrians. Jordanians are among the most generous people and hospitable. They are called Nashama in Arabic. Nashama means the most generous and kind people. So they welcomed refugees along the years, and even they don't refer to them as refugees. They refer to them as guests, because this is in our culture that this person is very, very welcome in your house. So in Jordan, what happened? by the time right now, there is like a fatigue. There is empathy fatigue. Why is this? Because Jordan is going through economic problems, poverty, high unemployment, and a lot of issues going on. What caused this? Was this the situation that they are living? So before we say, when I did my research, I collected Facebook's posts, analyzed them, and found that 50% of the posts actually are anti-refugee sentiment. They are negative against refugees. So what happened? Why is this? These posts are economic posts. So we have to understand the context and the history and actually what affect these countries or change their perspectives. So your question is actually a great example that you mentioned. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm told one more short question. Carol, do you have a short question? Well, I agree. So we'll collectively decide if that was short enough, okay? Why don't you go ahead?
What was your motivation to pick this topic, anti-refugee sentiment? Why did you choose this as important to you?
Thank you so much. Actually, I have studied refugees history. I studied their stories. I read their stories. I dealt with refugees along years. So for me, when I see refugees, they leave their countries. They leave the place where they born and live their whole life. They leave their culture, their relatives, their beloved ones, their heritage, everything. And they come to a new place where they know nothing. They have to start from zero, building a life, learning about the systems, the culture, learning about rules, regulations. You can imagine that this is really a very hard thing to do. Just imagine that the community where these refugees are moving is not welcoming. Can imagine how hard will become integrating these refugees in the new community. And you understand that by the end, we are all human and we should be kind and human to each others. I see from example in Jordan that actually people were very generous and hospitable, but by the time there's like a shift in this attitude. So we need to understand what's going on. So if we understand the problem, we can contribute to solve it. And that's what we try to do in our research.
Thank you, Layla.
We will have a short coffee break and be back at 30 minutes. It's in the program, whatever it says in the program.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
That is, hey, it's all good. I know you didn't do it on purpose. How you feel?
How many live people?
I think the problem is Mohammed and Rory shouldn't sit there. That should be. So I think if we ask them to move, you should stand there up in front. You should get it set up. You don't need to get up for me. It's like you just.
Right. Hey, can I borrow you?
Yeah.
I know was.
Amazing. I know.
Oh, dear.
Set up high.
Smooth some things out.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I've already told college that the moderator mic is gonna come from there. Okay. It's, yeah, so this is the full like meter, right? The white is, yeah. And so this is good for us, right? So we'll plan on replacing my batteries at what?
One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two.
Yeah, I've always thought about coming to these. This is the first time I actually said, I'm gonna do it. Yeah.
Yeah, last time, okay.
Okay.
Try now,
Well,
test.
thank you.
Yeah, one, two, one, two. Yeah, that's good.
Whichever.
Yeah, perfect. Oh, that's great.
So you
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, I think it's good. Yeah, I think it's good.
Maybe here, no, because here it's gonna be too close to,
maybe
what do you think? Yesterday, you know what okay.
just
Is
say
this,
it.
okay, how does this work? I'm sorry. How does this work now? Is it good? Or should it be to here? Maybe here.
Say something.
Okay, say something.
Say something.
Say something, I'm giving it up on you.
It's a good song.
It is. Why don't I just sing instead of
You said.
present?
I think you should. I don't think you sing, right?
I actually sing.
Try it.
No, I'm
It's
self-conscious.
really good. Maybe turn
Okay,
it
is
off.
this working?
So when he's done, you come to Debbie,
Yes.
to Bib or me, we just turn it on.
Okay.
It has to-
Could I ask everyone to please take your seats? Please take your seats so we can get started. We would like to get started. We like to be like all Rotary events, very much on time. So welcome back as we begin our second panel on lessons in peace from food and medicine, presented by Gideon Kapalasa and Ola Zaborowska. And then the final panel of the morning will examine how environmental justice can promote peace, presented by Patrick Asenero and Jacinta Bailey. And again, just a reminder that the fellows' bios are in the programs if you want to read about them as they're presenting.
Thank you. Good morning once again. My name is Gideon Kapalasa, a Rotary Peace Fellow from Malawi. Today, I'm going to be presenting about the antibiotic crisis and its impact on fostering peaceful coexistence. This presentation is an inspiration of my 10 years of experience working as a nurse midwife, but also as a project coordinator for a refugee and asylum seeker healthy program with the Ministry of Health in Malawi. So over the next 12 minutes, I hope I do a good job in presenting to you how my recent training in peace building has helped me see a global health threat as a conduit for peace. Let me begin by my presentation by asking us to reflect together on these two questions. Number one, what happens when life-saving medicine no longer work? How do health crises shape relationships between communities? Do they create divisions or do they foster cooperation? As we reflect on these questions, let me tell you a little story about Amina and Ibrahim. Amina is a young lady from Dzaleka refugee camp. She visits Dzaleka Health Center, a facility that serves both the refugees and the host community. She comes to the clinic cradling her baby Ibrahim. His tiny body burned with fever, and he's breathing very shallow. Well, this is not something that is very new to Amina. She had seen it before. Her neighbor's son had similar symptoms, but the child was able to get better after she got some antibiotics from a nearby market. So apparently when she got to the clinic, she knew what she was looking for. But when the nurse examined her, she found that Ibrahim did not have an infection that required antibiotics. Rather, Ibrahim had a viral infection. So in this case, antibiotics would not work. But Amina was very desperate. She opted to get the medication from a nearby market so that in her understanding, Ibrahim could get better. What she didn't know is that such misuse of antibiotics was fueling a crisis that was not going to affect her child, but her entire community. So my presentation, I just want to talk about the antibiotic crisis as a global threat as it is, but also talk about a shared risk between two distinct communities in Malawi. And then finally, I'm going to talk about a joint action by these two communities to address the crisis. Well, misuse and overuse of antibiotics makes them ineffective. So what essentially happens is that over time, bacteria no longer responds to such medications. As a result, infections become so hard to treat. The end result is that there will be a high risk of disease, severe illness, and sometimes death. We are already seeing the impact of this crisis across the globe. For instance, in 2019, there were about 1.2 million deaths that were linked to ineffective antibiotics. Diseases that we used to cure easily, like tuberculosis, pneumonia, skin, wound, and blood infections, are now getting harder to treat. You might also wish to know that it takes approximately 10 to 15 years to have a new antibiotic in the market ready for use. This impact is already profound in low and middle income countries like Malawi. In 2019, out of the 250,000 children that died as a result of antibiotics that were not working, 99% were from low and middle income countries, translating to one child dying every 2 minutes. Well, according to research, some of the key factors that are associated to such behavior in these countries include limited awareness, inadequate health facilities, the distance to the health facilities, and also shortage of well-trained healthcare workers. Now, quickly, let me just talk about my country, Malawi, where I come from, where this impact has also been huge, but also where the intervention that I'm going to recommend would be implemented. So Malawi is located in Southern Africa, a landlocked country, and it has hosted refugees and asylum seekers for over 3 decades. The country currently has 1 refugee camp that is hosting over 50,000 refugees and asylum seekers, majority of which are from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The camp is surrounded by over 100 villages. So hosting refugees in Malawi hasn't come with its fair share of challenges and tensions, from crackdown between refugees and the host communities to forced relocation by the government. So these tensions have been compounded by another crisis that knows no border. So both refugees and host communities suffer when antibiotics fail to work, essentially because of overcrowding, poor sanitation, and barriers to healthcare system as already highlighted. So this shared risk between these two communities offers an opportunity for a shared solution. Health insecurity can sometimes fuel resentment, but a joint action can transform it into cooperation and peace. My recommendation to this shared risk is a community-based intervention. This is because in 2021, during the COVID-19, we saw the same communities, the host community and the refugee camp, working together. As they did that, what did we see? They were able to build trust. They were able to reduce fear, but above all, created relationships that extended beyond the pandemic. I'm personally persuaded that this antibiotic crisis offers another chance to build peace between these two communities, but through a joint action. This slide is just an overview of the framework that we used during the COVID-19, but also just to give you a picture on the actual details of what we want to do when we are trying to bring these two communities together. So our first step would be actual engaging the leadership from both communities. The idea is that we have access to these communities and also try to reach these communities at the smallest unit as possible. And then we would develop the programmatic tools as we work with these communities and begin the actual engagement. The third step is now to alternate the sessions. So between the refugee camp and the host communities. The idea is that we are going to be able to see change in behavior and also actions that are distinct in both communities. So we want these ideas to be shared by both communities. The next step would be support reinforcement of such kind of behaviors. We believe that these communities would have behaviors developed separately, but we want both communities to have structure that will see these behaviors being reinforced in this shared approach. And then finally, the technical team would conduct follow-up to make sure that these actions have been internalized. In a period of 6 months to 1 year, our expectation is that after we have implemented this, we'll be able to see a reduced illness and more so death as a result of overuse or abuse of antibiotics, in one way or the other, so we hope. So when communities work together as allies, they're able to build peace. And when communities have peace, we know they are stable. As a result, they'll be able to contribute significantly to peace building. So a crisis like this one, when looked critically and analyzed, could be taken as an unconventional way of peace building. I know for the past 10, 11 minutes, I've been talking about antibiotics, Malawi, it's like a refugee camp. But it is the responsibility of all of us here to save the last working antibiotics in the world. Thank you very much.
Is it working? Yes. Hi, everyone. I am Alexandra Zaborowska, and I'm a Rotary Peace Fellow at Duke University. And today, I will be talking to you about the hidden price of your food and how food justice can build a more sustainable and peaceful future. I want to talk about something we all partake in every single day, eating. But I want to go beyond what we see at the grocery store and ask, what's the real cost of our food? The costs we don't see, paid by our environment, our health, and our communities. When we buy food, we're not paying for the full story. Not for the fertilizers that leach into rivers, or the pesticides that can cause cancer in farm workers, or for the low wages paid to the people who grow and harvest our food. These costs show up elsewhere, in rising healthcare bills, in polluted air and water, and in systems of racial and economic inequality. And it's not like farmers are winning either. Despite doing essential work, they operate on razor-thin margins. The USDA estimates that for every dollar we spend on food, farmers receive only 14 to 16 cents. That used to be closer to 40 cents in the 1950s. So no, it's not just an environmental or economic issue. It is a matter of justice. But what actually is food justice? Food justice means everyone, regardless of income or race, should have access to healthy, affordable, and culturally meaningful food produced through fair and sustainable system. It's deeply tied to environmental justice because the communities most harmed by pollution and climate change are often the ones least responsible for it. We throw around the word sustainability as a buzzword, but real sustainability means something more than organic labels that we see in stores. It means protecting ecosystems, workers, and cultural traditions. As Raj Patel puts it, the solution to food crisis lies in communities being able to grow food in ways that are sustainable, just, and adapted to their local environments. Movements like La Via Campesina show us just this, that agroecology, for example, is about more than soil health. It's about community, it's about autonomy and culture. And we've become really disconnected from the food that nourishes us. And yes, food is political because it touches everything from land to health, labor, climate, to human dignity. Today, I want to take you on a journey from the global food system to what's happening right here in North Carolina. Because even though the problems may feel vast, the solutions start at home. But first, let me show you where my passion, or maybe some people would say obsession, for food systems really began. So a little bit of my personal story. When I asked my family, hi mom, to dig up childhood photos to show my early love of food and the soil, they really just laughed, honestly. It was the early 90s, and they were like, no one took pictures of the everyday. And they were right. All I have are stories and a few blurry photos that hint at how I grew up. In the very left corner of this slide, there's an image of the I made it my moment. My team smiling after we finally passed the nature restoration law, my last European Parliament plenary session in Strasbourg, before I moved here to North Carolina. I swear that's when I got my first real forehead wrinkles, but it was worth every sleepless night. I was raised by the village, like now we like to call it. It literally was my life. Food was everything to us. I grew up in the mountains of Poland, where summers meant eating unwashed fruits and vegetables from the garden or the neighbors, which didn't count as stealing, I promise. And if you didn't like parsley or carrots, you still had to pick them until you learned to like them. And yeah, we drank fresh milk from the neighbor's cow, and less enjoyably, fresh goat milk from our own goat, Pearl. I miss you, Pearl. A core childhood trauma, I have to say. First, I thought everyone grew up like that, connected to the land and the seasons. But then I moved to the city for university. I realized how rare that was. My friends had never tasted tomatoes like the ones from my aunt's garden. It took me years, though, and it wasn't easy to turn that passion into my work. But over 5 years ago, I committed to changing the food system full time. And here in Durham, both at Duke and beyond, I found a community that shares that mission. One that in many ways feels like home to me. And that's what brings me to this work and to this room today. For many Indigenous and marginalized communities, peace begins with access to nutritious food, a basic need too often denied through systemic neglect. When we talk about peace building, we often overlook how critical access to food is in building stable and healthy communities. But food is foundational. When people don't have access to healthy, affordable, and culturally appropriate food, we see rising health disparities, deepening poverty, and the erosion of trust in institutions. In the Navajo Nation, which spans 27,000 square miles across New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah, which for context is roughly the size of West Virginia, with more than 170,000 residents, are served by only 13 grocery stores. That's one store every 2,000 square miles. This isn't just a food desert. It's an example of food apartheid, a systemic disinvestment that leaves indigenous communities without access to affordable and nutritious food. Despite the vast lands they inhabit, many of these areas are arid or ecologically fragile, making large-scale agriculture very difficult. Traditional foodways, which once were supported by the mobility and seasonal harvesting across the territories, were disrupted by forced settlement, land dispossession, and resource extraction. These changes created a dependency on grocery stores that often can't economically survive in remote areas with such sparse populations, leaving the communities caught in a cycle of limited access and very high food costs. Most residents rely on gas stations and convenience stores, which primarily offer processed and sugary foods. As a result, 1 in 5 Navajo adults now suffers from type 2 diabetes, heart diseases, and very high rates of obesity. This is not a matter of personal choice. It is a policy failure. When communities are denied access to healthy food, their health, economy, and their cultural well-being, they all suffer. Food justice is a form of peace building, and it means restoring access, dignity, and the ability for the communities to nourish themselves on their own terms. So how can we begin to measure and repair these systemic harms? One way is to visualize it through true cost accounting. True cost accounting is a framework for uncovering the full impact of food production. Is it economic, social, and environmental? Right now, food prices only reflect direct costs like land, labor, packaging, and the transportation. But they don't account for externalities, which are unintended costs borne by the society, not paid by the producer or the consumer. Let's take now an example of a cheap hamburger we all like, most of us at least. That $1 burger does not include the greenhouse gas emissions, the deforestation, the water use and the contamination of water, the labor exploitation in meatpacking plants. None of these are reflected in the sticker price that we see, but they are very real costs absorbed by society. True cost accounting helps us measure and visualize these hidden costs so we can make more informed decisions and also advocate for better policies. In Amsterdam, there is a grocery store called the True Price store that shows both the market price and the true cost of food. For example, a chocolate bar may cost €2 at market price, but its true cost, accounting for both the environmental harm and labor injustice, could be around €3.60. Customers then can choose to pay the true price, supporting a fair system if they can. So now let's zoom in and look at how these hidden costs show up right here in North Carolina. We are a state rich in agriculture, famous for sweet potatoes, tobacco, and hog production. But we are also a state deeply affected by food injustice. In Eastern North Carolina, industrial hog farms like those run by Smithfield produce staggering amount of waste. Much of it is stored in open-air lagoons, like in the picture here, and sprayed onto nearby fields. These operations are overwhelmingly located near Black, Indigenous, and low-income communities, especially in Dumpling and Sampson counties, like here in the slide showing the area of Cohari River and Catawba College. These residents suffer from contaminated water, asthma, and other health-related issues, despite numerous lawsuits, including one supported by the Duke Environmental Law and Policy Clinic that I used to be a part of. These communities continue to carry the burden. This is environmental injustice, or should I even say racism? And it's happening right here in our backyard. To make this more tangible, let's look at one specific and beloved crop, the sweet potato. So North Carolina grows over 60% of the whole US supply. At the store, it might cost around 90 cents per pound, but that price does not reflect the true cost. It doesn't show the environmental cost, where industrial farms often use synthetic fertilizers and pesticides, and contaminate our groundwater, harm ecosystems, and deplete the soil health over time. There are also labor costs that are not visible. Many farm workers in the sweet potato industry are migrant laborers. They pay low wages, sometimes lacking legal status or labor protection. They often work in extremely hard conditions. It's really hot in here in North Carolina, with inadequate housing, no healthcare access, and there are also borne health costs. While sweet potatoes are very nutritious, many North Carolinians, especially in both low-income, rural, and urban communities, they don't have regular access to fresh produce. This contributes to a cycle of poor diet, chronic disease, and high public healthcare costs. If we accounted for all these costs fairly, a pound of sweet potato probably would cost around $2 or more. And that price would reflect the sustainability, the dignity, and the well-being, not just efficiency of the production. Now that we've broken down the true cost of something as familiar to us as a sweet potato, let's think bigger. What could be our role in shaping the system itself? We've uncovered the hidden cost of food, but awareness alone won't change the system. We need to act now. So as consumers, you can choose local, seasonal, and values-aligned food when you can. As students, educators, and professionals, bring true cost accounting and food justice into your classroom, into your clinics, your nonprofits, your policy work. This really affects all the sectors. As community members, we can organize, we can speak up, we can support systemic reforms like ending some of the subsidies for industrial agriculture or providing the same amount of subsidies to regenerative small-scale farming. Really, vote with your dollar. Food is not just a product, it is a relationship. It connects us to the land, to one another, and to the kind of the world we want to build. So let's try to value it accordingly. What does taking action actually could look like here in North Carolina? This isn't just about personal responsibility. It is about structural change, but still we can start where we are. Here in the Triangle area, you can support, for example, by joining the subscription to the community-supported agriculture, for example, Tallgrass Food Box, or Sankofa Farms in Cedar Grove, or Sweet Peas Urban Gardens, or Ten Mothers Farm. All of those farms are owned by first-generation farmers. Some of them are Black and Latina-owned, small-scale community-supported agriculture farms. But these aren't just farms. There are local models of food justice in action that seeks for a healthier, more equitable future. Because in the end, food justice isn't just about what's on our plates. It's about power, it's about dignity, and who gets to thrive. And the work we do here locally is how we begin to build that just future. One meal, one community, one farm at a time, as part of a more equitable, harmonious, and peaceful world. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our presenters. My name is Suzanne Maman, and I am the UNC Faculty Director for this fellowship program. So I get the privilege of moderating our session today, which is Lessons in Peace from Food and Medicine. In this session, we explored the powerful intersection of health and peace building through these two presentations. Gideon examined how antimicrobial resistance, a growing global health crisis, can serve as a bridge for connection between refugee and host communities in Malawi. And then Alexandra took us into the world of food justice, emphasizing that access to nutritious, affordable, and culturally meaningful food is not just a necessity, but a matter of equity and justice. At its core, this discussion highlights how access to health, whether through medicine or food, shapes peace, justice, and community resilience. So I'm going to start out with two questions, one for each of our presenters, and then I'll open it up for questions from the audience. So I'm going to start with you, Gideon. You talked about using the crisis of antimicrobial resistance to foster peace building, but what happens beyond the crisis? What are some ways to ensure sustained collaboration between refugee and host communities?
Right. Thank you very much. I think in different contexts, the first thing I think to understand is what is actually driving the issues between the refugees and the host. So I think once we have it, we've done a very good job establishing that. It will help us design a very good approach on how to respond to such challenges. So, for example, the case of Malawi that I shared, I took the crisis as an easier way because there's already like existing programs that are already at work in bringing these two communities together. So once you have a basic understanding of what is working already within the communities, and then you bring in a strategy like this one to enhance the peace building, I think it's easier for you to sustain the program. However, this could be different in different contexts. But I think to keep it short, I would say I think there has to be continuous interactions between these two communities. And then there has to be a proper understanding of what can really drive the two communities to work together. I think once we've done a good job in establishing that, I think we should be able to sustain the program for a longer time.
Thank you so much, Gideon. And to Ola, you talked about paying the real price of food, but we know many communities are already food insecure. So how do we make this food system more sustainable without placing more burden on communities, particularly those from low resource settings?
Thank you so much for this question. Yeah, I completely agree because we can't ask for people who are already food insecure to pay more. And when you talk about the true cost accounting, it sounds like this is exactly what we're asking. But what we're asking is to show how the system is ineffective in actually supporting people to have access to food that is nutritious and how cheap the ultra-processed food is. So what I find, so the goal isn't to make, of course, like the food more expensive at the checkout line. What needs to change is the system. So for example, in the US, right now, nearly 70% of federal farm subsidies go to just three crops, which is corn, soy, and wheat. And how do we use it? We use it mostly for industrial livestock and for ultra-processed foods. So if at least part of this money through USDA and other different programs would go to small-scale farmers, to regenerative farming, to growing actually fruit and vegetables, and not just crops basically for feed, that could really bring down the costs for the people. So people actually could access nutritious food with the prices that are still affordable, because right now they are not affordable. I mean, we all grocery shop and we see it. So there are also other things, of course, like supplementally, that now there's a huge discussion about, which is SNAP, which used to be food stamps. There's WEEK, so the supplementary program for women, infants, and children. We don't know what's going to happen to them. There are also universal school meals. There are also other programs that are actually supporting, for example, schools to access their produce locally. I mean, in the perfect world, we would like to have more money there, because when we see it also grows the economy, because when we purchase locally, then it's also purchasing. So it's also perpetuating the development of the economy, right? One way or another, even if it's bought through the government. So I really would like to see also expansion of SNAP and WIC and universal school meals, like the school meals that we have in Durham, for example, for the school year 2024-2025. There was a universal program. Every child without any application has access to breakfast and lunch at school every day.
Thanks, Ola. All right, let's open it up for questions from the audience. And I see we have a hand up right here in the middle.
Thank you. My name is Rick Maddox. I'm from the Petersburg Breakfast Rotary Club in Petersburg, Virginia. I am a master gardener. And so my question is to Alexandra. Food insecurity and food deserts. I work with the Extension Office in Petersburg and also Virginia State University, which has a huge and very productive agricultural program. I'd like to get your thoughts on food insecurity is not just one prong, it's not going to solve everything. And what we are doing now and working with the Rotary Club is getting with the community because I have 13 raised beds in my half-acre backyard, and I produce tons and tons of food. But giving it out to food banks, I have learned, is not necessarily the best best solution to a problem. I love okra. I found out very quickly not everyone loves okra. So in tailoring what we grow and what we give, it has to suit the community, otherwise you have waste. And that's a huge problem with food insecurity too. Now, a problem to you is patio gardens, high tunnels, and not just growing food, but preserving food. Because many of our grandparents, great-grandparents grew their food, preserved it, potatoes, carrots, or canning, and even freezing. And nowadays, with the price of eggs, trust me, more and more of my neighbors are getting chickens. And it's not just laying hens, it's also brooders. So I'd like to get your thoughts on the community getting involved more so than the government.
Yeah. Thank you so much for this question and also for the work that you do locally. Yeah, I mean, I can talk also even about what's happening here in Durham and like Chapel Hill. And I agree, like, especially right now, I think we just need to really step up our game locally because I don't know if anyone, for example, heard of the organization Root Causes. So also, you know, I feel like with the food distribution in general and food banks, people want to, you know, it's about dignity as well. Not everyone actually even wants to use SNAP or go to food banks. They want to feel that they purchasing their meals, that they're, you know, treated with dignity. And for example, I love the cooperations between like local farms, like Duke Campus Farm, for example, has a cooperation with a medical school organization, Root Causes, where they're volunteers. It's only students, people from the community from Durham that are distributing food over the weekends to low-income communities, families, to people who just got out of the hospital, for example, to be able to access fresh produce. There are different co-ops or, for example, small farms who are working together in the area, for example, of Cedar Cove. And I'm thinking about what you said about people not eating okra and preserving, and I love okra, by the way. And it's not something that right? Thank you. So I would love to get one. And, but it's not something that I grew up with. Like I actually learned how to make okra through my Turkish friends. And I feel like we need education as much as we need access to this produce, right? So, for example, a part of a school meal program should always be education. There should be nutritionists coming to school, showing how to work with food, but also inviting parents. And this is, for example, something I used to work in Brussels, which is, and we had this European-wide school meals program. And part of the money, and actually where more money was put into educational. So every week there has to be a nutritionist coming and teaching about food, but also preparing fresh food from fresh produce from local farms. And I feel like this is as important, but also community fridges. I don't know if anyone knows about community fridges in their area, but in Durham, there are like 4 or 5 places right now that are mapped where you can also leave food and also process food that you made at home. For example, you have a surplus or you made a huge pot of soup. And then people can choose what they want to eat, right? Because it's in the fridge. They can come on their own time, pick up a box with like allergens. Everything is described in there. And they feel like, you know, they choose also what they eat, right? So it's their choice. Everyone has a different preference for food. So there are so many initiatives. We can do so much. And we all waste a lot of food at home. And I feel like everyone could use a community fridge action because I'm sure everyone has something to drop off there.
Thank you, Ola. Let's take a question. Let me just check if there's one from the audience and then we'll come down here. Yep, John, from the remote audience.
This is from the online audience for Gideon. When you talk about working with leadership in these different communities, are you talking about formal or informal leadership? And could you talk about how you might use both or are both needed to be successful?
Great. Thank you very much for that question. I would say it's good to understand both scenarios. We have formal structures within each and every communities, but also informal structures. The idea of reaching to a community through the leadership is that we want to use that as an operational tool. So we want that leadership to give us access to that community. So whether we have formal or informal leadership, I think as a program planner, it's best to understand both situations so that at the end of the day, you have access to that community. So I think in any context, leadership is always the best place to start from if you are to be successful, especially community-based interventions. Yeah.
Thanks, Gideon. And I saw we had a question down here.
Marty Hellman, Boothby Harbor Rotary Club in Maine. According to that incredible news source, Rotary Magazine, the current issue is on food insecurity, and according to Rotary Magazine, 1/3 of the food purchased in the United States ends up in landfill or is otherwise wasted. Now, assuming that that's a true fact.
It is.
33%. By the way, the researchers did not check my kitchen. So that's my question. Is this industrial wastage? Is this restaurant wastage? And God knows that the servings are twice the size they should be in the United States. Or is it Johnny refusing to eat his peas? I'm sure it's all of the above, but where's the main culprit?
Thank you for this question. And for, I didn't know actually, so I need to read about it. So it's on household level. 33% around. The thing is, there is no actual official data. There has not been done research, like, don't quote me on that because I don't remember how many years, but it's a lot of years. And there was literally last year, USDA had a grant offer. So I was part of the World Food Policy Center at Duke, and we were actually writing a grant proposal for that, for measuring the household level food waste. I don't know what happened to it right now, actually. I need to check. But if it's still ongoing, the grant. Yeah, it's around 30% on a household level. There are different, for example, actually at Duke, there was an app recently developed that might be, I don't know when it's going to be introduced, that's going to be, there will be some students actually that will be following like their journey with food at home to see how much they actually waste on a daily basis. And it's much more than we think, because actually the official data say something about 15%, which is absolutely not true, because all the research done so like lately has been showing around 30 to 33%. And of course, like on the restaurant, like it's much easier to regulate it on like the restaurant level, right? Like if you have some countries have now mandatory like donation, because it used to, for example, you used to have to pay tax on it. So the stores, the restaurants were throwing it away because they really couldn't afford it. Also, it just wasn't really economically viable. But the countries like France, for example, Belgium, they introduced it. So the stores are actually mandated to donate the food. But also, you know, there's all this work done with like expiry dates, because an expiry date is actually just a suggestion. It's not that it actually expires. And so very often we throw away food that is actually still absolutely fine and we can eat it. It's eggs, it's yogurts, it's also even meat. And so very often we put the dates of actually packaged when it was packaged, not really even when it's like the due date. And it's, again, it's only a suggestion. So we throw away a lot of good food that is absolutely not expired. So I think there is a huge work, educational work to be done, and also regulatory work, where we actually make the producers to like put the exact date, and it's just maybe like, for example, not sold by, but just really like when it's still edible, and prolong a little bit the period, because people are throwing away a lot of good food. So.
And John, do we have any more online questions? Okay, anyone in, yes, right here up front.
Thank you. My name's Daniel Rabin. I'm a visitor. I'm from Connecticut. Okay. The accounting is a huge issue in a lot of different areas. I'm thinking of industrial waste or running cars on gasoline, for example. Have you looked into, or I should say, are there any examples of implementation of TCA in other sectors that could inform your activity in the food sector?
That's a great question. You kind of, yeah. I didn't. I mean, I did, but the thing is, it's quite new to the food industry. So you're right, like food, I would say probably came the last, the true cost accounting. And I don't know, there's definitely, I feel like any places like car industry, I would say. It's just my assumption. Never worked in the car industry, so I don't know. But I would feel like there it's much easier because things are much more measurable, and also the supply chains are just like, you know, I think with the food system, the problem is just like it's so diverse and there are so many more factors involved. But I would say that when it comes to industrial agriculture, that's the easiest part, because, you know, now we're trying to really there's this tendency to call agriculture like as an industry. And there's a huge backlash from the farming community because they say we're special. Even like there's this exceptionalism of like agriculture in the US, right? The whole concept. And I feel like we should, unfortunately, when it comes to actually measuring the impact of agriculture, we should definitely follow the industry. So I can't really tell you like which industry, but I'm sure that there is a lot to learn, because we just keep on tending to look at it as something exceptional, but we're not. I think especially in meat industry, I think this is where it will be the easiest to measure, because the systems there are just like so organized, and it's the most measurable probably industry out of the whole livestock production in the whole agriculture industry and sector. I don't know if it probably doesn't fully answer your question, but I will look into that. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. Looks like we might have another from the online.
Yeah, we do have one for Gideon. We want to talk about scalability and replication of the model that you showed us. And could you talk about the things that would need to be kept in mind when doing that? Because there's a cultural context or a political context that might be unique in different places. Could you talk briefly about that?
Right. Thank you very much for that question. I'm going to go back to what I said earlier on, that, I mean, most of the times the issue is about the context. So I think it's important to understand where you're working. So the good thing when you're working in humanitarian sector, especially when you're working with displaced communities, when interventions are being designed, they mostly target both communities. So they would target the refugees and also the host communities. I think the idea is that they would want to enhance the peaceful coexistence. So in terms of scalability, it's always best to understand your context. What kind of project would benefit both communities? And is it something that you can leverage on to promote peaceful coexistence? I think that's the biggest question, I think, in this case. So understand the context, understand what works best in that particular context. I think you'll be able to yield the best out of your intervention. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Gideon. I think we have time for one more short question. Short. And I see somebody pointing to a hand raised here.
Hello, my name is Gital Kimani. I'm a student and member of Methodist Rotary Club. So my question is to you, Alexander. So there's this company called Carbon Robotics in Seattle, Washington State. So they've come up with a machine called the laser weeder that uses AI to detect weeds and everything, and then allows them to at least ensure that the weeding process isn't corrosive to the environment. So do you think this is a solution that would help in reducing the true cost of the food? And if so, how do you think it could be scaled up? Thank you.
I have a question. What does it actually detect? Because I didn't hear the.
So they use AI to detect weeds, and then weeds. Yes.
Okay. Losing my mind, friend. Weeds. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Is it like a startup? I haven't heard of them, I think. Oh, yeah, I think I've heard about it actually. Yes. Yeah. And now I know what you're talking about. I mean, I don't know how much it costs the machine. I mean, there's so much new technology. Almost every day we learn about something else. I feel like definitely when we talk about like precision farming, especially where we try to reduce the amount of fertilizers that we use, definitely, because that would mean that like we can act early on when the weeds are starting to spread. So I would say, I don't know how scalable it is. Like, the problem with any of the technologies, like they cost so much money that just a small farmer will never be able to afford it. But that's why we have all those concepts of like renting the equipment, but also sharing the equipment. So that's for me, the point of the cooperative. So if we want any sort of this sort of technologies to be upscaled, we need to like look bigger at like, how do we share? Because sometimes some of the technologies or some of the machines, they're used a couple of days a year. Like the farmer does not need to own it. They really can just share it. So if there's one machine like that, I don't know. Do you know how much it costs? No, I will check because that's really interesting. I've heard about them, and it's then if there is one purchase, let's say with some kind of a grant, because there's so many different grants, and if there is someone who helped, for example, those farmers actually apply for the grant that can cover part of the cost, let's say, then yes. And I think it's an amazing way of trying to reduce our over application of fertilizer, because especially in this country, the over application of nitrogen is huge. So those kind of technologies, and also like, I guess like the Washington State area, all the startups there and in the Bay, I'm sure they're working on more technologies like this. But yes, I hope so. But for me, it's the sharing. Farmers really don't need to own it. They really can share the equipment. So yeah.
Thank you. All right, we're going to close this session, but I know there were a few more hands, and just a reminder, there is the box for burning questions in the hallway. So if you didn't get your question answered, please submit it there. Thank you.
Low.
Maayong adlaw sa inyong tanan, or good day everyone, in my indigenous language in the Philippines. My name is Patrick, and I'm a Rotary Peace Fellow at Duke University. Today, I'll talk about young people co-creating climate and environmental justice, and how we can leverage their energy through intergenerational collaboration. At the Policy School, we love analyzing problems that sometimes lead to intellectual paralysis. Yet instead of inaction, I'll demonstrate how young people are advancing possibilities. I'll also share my journey with young people in the past 10 years in the Philippines and in Kenya. My homeland, Mindanao, in the Philippines, has experienced peace and stability after the peace agreement was signed in 2014. However, we are now facing emerging challenges from extreme storms and flooding due to climate change, which disrupt our peace and human development outcomes. In late October 2022, I experienced the destruction of extreme flooding in my community. On the third day of the flooding, and when the water was subsiding, there were tilapia fishes swimming in our living room. At that time, I can't stop laughing, despite having my apartment in a complete mess. For days, we were immobilized to do emergency response because we were affected by the flood. Last year, and closer to here, a similar incident of severe flooding disrupted the lives of many residents, including young people in Asheville and its surrounding communities. Carolyn Hickman, a climate psychology professor in England, conducted a study among 10,000 youth in 10 countries, including the US and the Philippines, and reported most youth are extremely climate anxious, and majority said that the future is frightening. Unfortunately, the impacts of climate change are hurting many vulnerable communities and making young people mistrust institutions. These are examples of climate and environmental injustice. In the book Not Too Late, Rebecca and Thelma gathered different voices, including young peoples, to invite even the most despairing among us and lead us out of the climate crisis to climate hope. Indeed, young people are leading in co-creating stories of possibilities, despite most of our inaction. First, I remembered young Filipinos in my hometown having a peaceful protest of our inaction on climate injustice after the destructive flooding in 2022. Also, they raised funds and volunteered in our affected communities. In fact, I have worked with many of them. I supported them to take part in co-designing programs and public financing for youth and child welfare in local governments in the Philippines. Marinelle, a young Filipina survivor of a destructive storm in 2013, took her activism in international negotiations like the United Nations Climate Conference. Her voice, together with other young leaders, has contributed to the establishment of the UN Loss and Damage Fund that supports communities impacted by climate change. Like Marinelle, I have mentored young women leaders in the Philippines who are active in social protection, education in emergencies, and youth-led climate actions. Many of these young women leaders are from minority groups like Muslim and indigenous communities. Closer to the Philippines, the Pacific Island students fighting climate change collectively pushed the Vanuatu government to seek the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice to define the legal obligations of countries to take climate action. And ICJ had its first public hearing in December 2024. Indeed, this community of young students is showing us that size does not matter to act for climate justice. Imali Musali is co-leading food security and climate actions in Kenya. Imali reminds me of the youth that I've worked with in Kibera, a community in Nairobi, Kenya. Whenever I visited them, I remembered the UN Security Office telling me to take extra care when I'm inside the community. Instead of fear, I felt protected, inspired, and learned from their community works. In the US, and not too far from here, young people of Warren County in North Carolina protested in 1982 the delivery of contaminated soil and operation of a toxic landfill in their community. Together with their neighbors, they gave birth to the environmental justice movement in America and provided us with a guide for intergenerational collective action. In this journey, I have committed to supporting young people to live dignified lives, have the agency, and co-create positive change in our society. Today, I am grateful to the Rotary for supporting my academic advancement. While learning at the Sanford School of Public Policy, I took courses at the Duke Nicholas School of the Environment to expand my understanding of environmental justice. In our classroom discussions, I experienced being challenged to bring in my lived experiences and my multi-layered identities, like being an indigenous person from the Global South. Such experiences are intimidating and have shown my vulnerabilities. Yet I have found compassionate allies, encouraging me to pursue my passion for working with young people and for climate justice. Yet, as adults, how do we leverage the energy of young people to co-create stories of possibilities and co-design trusting and flourishing communities? In your next Rotary activity, may I suggest that you practice intergenerational collective approach of doing community works. In my indigenous culture, the need to work across generations is an ancient tradition that provides a collective platform to solve our societal problems. It is a philosophy rooted in Mother Nature and deep listening to young people. Intergenerational collaboration is not mutually exclusive to indigenous communities, but it is a practice that many of our communities, like the Rotary, value. Without any bias or position of power, we can co-create trusting and flourishing communities with young people by simply trusting their capabilities, deep listening to their aspirations, and inviting them into the tables as co-equal partners and co-learners. Finally, my work with young people has brought inspiration, happiness, and meaning into my life. I hope it does to you too. And before I end, I made a poem which form replicates the Japanese haiku. You know, I love the arts, working with young people. It's titled Grateful. Welcome home, Patrick, says Patricia and Ralph Haynes. Thank you, caring host. I cried, learned empathy. Admay, Carolyn, Susan, thank you, colleagues. Tearful and joyful, I'll miss the hugs and smiles. Thank you, dear fellows. Duke and UNC, you're always in my heart. Thank you, family. I felt vulnerable. This experience changed my life. Thank you, Rotary.
G'day. My name is Jacinta, and today I'm going to invite you to think about land in a different way, not as a resource, but as a teacher of peace. What I'm curious to know is, what is your relationship with land? If you think this is a strange question, I don't blame you. Modern education systems don't create space for us to reflect on our relationships with land. I didn't start reflecting on my relationship with land until I was 22 years old. You see, at 22, I was invited as a Spanish language teacher to live for 3 months in the Ecuadorian Amazon rainforest. My role was to work with Indigenous Achua peoples, supporting their access to language education so that they could stand firm against the encroachment of their territory, against extractive industries. Though I'd only been a fluent Spanish speaker for 2 years, and though I'd never been to the Amazon jungle, it felt like the right decision. As a city girl from Sydney, I was eager to challenge myself, living without electricity, running water, or modern amenities. My family, on the other hand, thought I was going to die. And they would have been right if it wasn't for the Achua community. Although I was invited as a teacher, I became the student. I didn't know how to fish, hunt, farm yucca, or make a lasting fire. Every single thing I needed to survive, I had to learn from community and with land. It was humbling. You see, living in the Amazon, bathing in the river, cooking by fire, having the sun as my clock, that changes your sense of self, your perspective on the world, if you let it. I now saw that land was something I had a relationship with and a responsibility to. On my last night, watching the sunset over the Amazon, I felt immense love and shame. I felt shame because I realized that I hadn't been listening to the land that I was raised on. As a white Australian, I had a lot to learn. Now that I knew better, I had a responsibility to do better. Change starts by planting seeds. After the Amazon, the seeds I planted were at Tranby, Australia's oldest Aboriginal-controlled adult education organisation. Here, I worked for almost 7 years as a community projects manager, co-creating and implementing life-changing Aboriginal education programs with communities across Australia. Tranby invited me to have many challenging conversations. I learned how to listen deeply, how to have challenging conversations with care. And I realized that relationships are not strengthened by avoiding conflict. I also learned about the significance of the Aboriginal flag, a symbol that emphasizes Indigenous peoples' spiritual connection to the lands known as Australia. Black represents the people walking on the land. The red is the earth and is the color of ochre used in ceremonies. The yellow is the sun, the constant renewer of life. You see, when we talk about peace, we often focus on relationships between people, but there's a fundamental relationship that underlies all others, our relationship with land. Indigenous peoples have always known that land is more than a resource. It is a living being. Listening to her teaches us how she can be an actor in peace. Indigenous Potawatomi biologist Robin Wall-Kimmerer highlights this best when she says each person, human or no, is bound to every other in a reciprocal relationship. Just as all beings have a duty to me, I have a duty to them. If an animal gives its life to feed me, I am in turn bound to support its life. If I receive a stream's gift of pure water, then I am responsible for returning a gift in kind. An integral part of a human's education is to know those duties and how to perform them. But education systems have lost this knowledge, and we have lost it with them. How might we start to recultivate this knowledge? One way I believe we can start is by listening to trees. You see, trees are ecosystem pillars. Their role is essential to supporting all beings to thrive. Another way to say this is trees are the land's peace builders. Recognizing trees as teachers and learning how to listen can reorientate our relationship towards them. Did you know that trees have a sense of sight, smell, taste, and listening? We know that trees care for each other because we see how they show up in community. A mother tree shares wisdom, nutrients, and warning signals to other trees via the fungal network. When a tree is cut down, a stump can stay alive for years. How? Because its tree community provides nutrients and water to keep it alive. Trees understand what humans are still learning. Peace cannot exist in isolation. The land plays a role in conflict and is a powerful actor in peace. This is where my work comes in. My work as a peace builder is about truth-telling, unlearning, and deep listening. Fundamentally, it is about understanding our connection to the land and repairing our relationships with her. What this looks like in practice is a lot of hugging trees, but it also involves deep dialogue. This is about navigating challenging conversations and acknowledging uncomfortable histories with care, storytelling, and empathy. Shifting our response from listening to respond to listening to learn. This work is not easy, especially in settler colonies like the USA, where we've inherited a violent culture of forgetting. But as peace builders, we don't do this work because it is comfortable. We do it because the risk of not doing it is violence on scale to continue. Back home, the eucalyptus tree shows me how to use conflict as a tool of regeneration. Fire is a part of the Australian landscape. Before colonization, Aboriginal peoples used fire to encourage the land and community to thrive. In some places, this knowledge is still kindled. In the language of fire and growth, the native Australian eucalyptus shows us that fire can be destructive or regenerative. The outcome depends on how you care for it. We can see fire as an analogy for conflict. When fire burns too hot, it doesn't invite new growth, it suffocates. If avoided without noticing, our reactions of fear, shame, and discomfort can spread and destroy entire forests, entire communities. But the eucalyptus shows us another way. It teaches us that conflict, like fire, can be a tool of renewal, Just like fire can regenerate a forest, burning away old layers, making space for new growth, conflict can be transformative, but only if we tend it carefully. Tending our fires is about deep listening to ourselves, to each other, and to the land. The eucalyptus shows us an important truth. Conflict, like fire, is not our enemy, but our teacher, if only we have the courage to listen. As peace builders, we face a crucial choice in conflict. Will we let the flames consume us or tend the fire with intention? We can burn hot and destroy, or breathe deep and listen. Transforming our flame from a destructive wildfire into a flame that invites new growth and births new seeds. There are many conflicts burning across the world right now. Each one is an invitation to deeply listen. How we show up, how we listen, affects how those fires will burn. Here, the olive tree of the Middle East, internationally recognized as a symbol of peace and resilience, asks us to pause and reflect. What are we called to do in this moment? As peace builders, we are invited to tend the inner fire of conflict with radical care, not letting flames consume us or destroy our communities, but using their heat as a guide. Like the olive tree's roots reaching deep, we can listen carefully, feel where it hurts, and use this fire to transform our pain. Our accountability lies in how we tend this fire, with empathy, with deep listening, with a return to community. Peace begins not in silencing the flame, but in learning how to listen to its wisdom. Right now, the olive tree is asking us all to pause, reflect, and listen. I am driven by the belief that conflict transformation is an individual and a community process. Our daily actions matter. How we treat the land mirrors how we treat each other. What if service isn't above self, but with self, with community, and with land? We are living in a time of profound ecological and social crisis. Accountability for how we show up in times of crisis is essential. Our deepest work as peace builders is to tend the roots of healing, carefully, courageously, with our full hearts open to transformation. The land teaches us how to do this work. We just need to listen. As a peace builder, deep listening is humbling work. It reminds us that we have more to learn than we have to teach. Change starts by planting seeds. The 3 seeds I ask you to plant today are accountability, mutual care, and deep listening. Accountability looks like knowing the Indigenous land that you're on. It is knowing the Indigenous story and our place within it. This is our responsibility. You can start by giving a land acknowledgement at your next Rotary meeting. Mutual care invites mutual flourishing, tending our relationships with collaboration and empathy. As Rotarians, the next time you do a project, ask the communities you're working with how you can involve the land as an actor in peace. If you're unsure about how to do this, let's share our lunch today and see what might be possible. Deep listening is our best pathway through conflict. It requires courage. It requires tending the fire in our belly, not to react, but to listen, to learn. These seeds can grow deep roots of change at the personal, the local, and the global. And so I leave you with a question. What can the land that you're on teach you about peace? How will you start listening? Thank you.
Thank you to our fellows for these amazing presentations, and thank you to Rotarians and the Rotary Foundation for your support of these students. I am Erica Johnson. I teach in Global Studies here at UNC, and I serve as the director of our Graduate Studies program. We benefit, the fellowship obviously benefits these students. You can see the amazing work that they do, but it benefits our programs and campuses so much as well, so thank you. I am going to start with the moderator's privilege of asking one question the same question to both of you, but I'll also ask our audience to prepare your questions. Put your hands up already so the microphones are ready when we hear the first ones. We have a shorter time period for this Q&A part. So my question to you both, you work in challenging environments with vulnerable communications. You have deep professional and academic experience. What practices or strategies do you use to remain optimistic or center yourselves in this difficult work? Patrick, yeah, you can go first and then we'll go to Jack.
I think two things. We've discussed about this earlier, like both me and Jacinta talk about deep listening. I think that's one thing that I've learned. I'm still a learner. I'm a learner, and I don't stop learning about deep listening, regardless of who the kind of person I'm talking with, whether it's young people or maybe the elders. The second, I think, is also acknowledging that in the world it's not always good. There's also the other side, the bad things. But at the end of it, like, I always look at the possibilities and hope. And I do this by connecting with young people, which I'm very passionate of, including marginalized young people. So I think those two things keeps me sane and keeps me hope. And also the good things that they're doing.
I would say never underestimate the power of a hug, a good laugh, and a good cry.
Right, who in our audience is brave to ask our first question? Here you go.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Both presentations were amazing, but my question was directly to Jacinta. First of all, thank you so much for talking about how can we, connect to roots, which is super important. $100.
200.
Sorry.
Can I hear 3?
Okay, so I know not all of us can go to a deep dive volunteer program, So how might we help other people, probably elder people, sorry for that, is to build that connections with Earth, to reconnect with themselves, to be able to understand we all live in this world, in this harmony, in this balance, and then we can take action to preserve that.
Beautiful question. I think there are lots of ways that we can do it. And certainly please don't take away from this that I want you all to go to the Amazon. That is the opposite of what I want you to do to build a connection. We can build a connection right where we stand. A land acknowledgement is an entry point to start doing that. When we take time to reflect and understand who the land is as a being, not just a resource, it starts to repair those relationships. I also, locally, like here in the United States of America, there is a group, the Hootenanchi, and they have a Hootenanchi address, which is also known as the Thanksgiving address. It was something that was given at the beginning of a gathering with the pilgrims, and it's kind of how Thanksgiving seemed to have got its name. But this is a longer land acknowledgement, and it takes time to acknowledge the streams, you know, the sun, the animals that give their life to feed us. And I really encourage you all to go and find this. If you don't know how to spell it, I don't blame you. Come find me after and we can find it together. But it is a really beautiful way of reminding us the ritual of belonging that we go through every day. We wake up, we take our coffee, you know, we say hello to our friends, we check our emails. It is adding another ritual because this isn't something you can do at the end of the week. It's something we need to start incorporating each day. The land holds and supports us to thrive each and every day. And it's a very small act of gratitude that we can do just to incorporate her in our daily rituals, give her thanks, give her love. And by doing that, I believe we naturally will shift more of our extractive practices to practices of care, love, and harmony that don't just benefit us, but benefit many generations to come.
Yeah.
My name is Muhammad Ali. I'm the president of Rotary Club at Methodist University. First off, what a phenomenal speech from Janataka. So I absolutely agree with you that, you know, humanity has definitely lost this touch and this meaningful connection that we have with land. And it's a rupture that's, you know, has been not just accelerated, but also exacerbated by the industrialization, the urban sprawl, the digital literacy, and AI, and all sorts, and also the colonial systems that have redefined the land and from something, you know, that's very communal to us into something that's owned, that's extracted and, you know, commodified in many parts of the world today. So you know, this connection shows up everywhere, be it like, we don't even know where our meals come from, for example, like, you know, children don't have places green spaces to grow around, kick a ball in the park in many parts of the world. And, you know, entire generations, we're losing stories and rituals, you know, which people once shared, especially our ancestors on shared pieces of land. But, you know, your project clearly touches on something significant, but I believe it's also very timely. We need to take it like, I have two questions.
Give us one.
Two. They're both important. Yeah, they're both important. Okay, two questions. You can answer them in one, I think. So first, how does your project help participants move beyond a one-time experience like nature park walks or community garden visits to building an ongoing relationship with the land? And that includes, for example, responsibility and also the reciprocity and regeneration of land and understanding its cycles. And the second question is, how do you address the privilege that comes with the land access today, especially when many marginalized groups have been historically removed and excluded from their lands through displacement, gentrification, and, you know, environmental climate damages?
Two really important questions. The first one I think I kind of touched on with, it's about rituals, about rituals of belonging. The second one, thank you for raising this. I think it is really important that we acknowledge there's access barriers when we're talking about land. I'll give you a very brief story because I know time's on the clock. But when I went to the beach in North Carolina as an Australian, I was really shocked and overwhelmed. Not only because the water was a lot colder than it is in Sydney, but because there was only two public access points, one on one end and one on the other. In Australia, you cannot own the beach. You cannot own the sand. That is public land. That is for every single person to enjoy. And I think in this country, that's a big question. Who gets access to this land? It's not just about parks, right? It's about restoring our relationships with place, and land is an essential part of that. So I think in this country, it looks different to in my context in Australia. In this country, it looks like advocating for public land. You know, public land ensures that everyone has access to place. It also ensures that then we protect people from building right up to the shoreline, which takes the beach away from everyone, especially from future generations. So when we're talking about public space, it's not enough to have parks. It's not enough just to have national parks that then Indigenous communities don't have access to either. That needs to be a part of the conversation. Protecting land for people to enjoy has to include allowing Indigenous peoples their sovereign rights to continue ceremony, to continue their stories, and to continue these ways of caring for land that we have forgotten or are still learning. If you're interested, there is an amazing national park in Colombia called Parque Tayrona who does this well. For a month of the year, it is closed to coincide with an important Indigenous ceremony. And for that month, the Indigenous community is the only people who are allowed to access it. They decide who comes in, they benefit from the tourism, but most importantly, other people going and enjoying that land does not come at a cost to those Indigenous peoples, their stories, or their cultural survival. So public land, invest in her, love her, care for her. We all have a responsibility to advocate for that.
We have a question from our online community. Sorry,
This is a question for Patrick. How has working with young people affected and influenced you as a peacemaker?
It's a very good question. I'll need 2 days or 3 days to talk about that. In the spirit of time, because that's really my passion, like in the spirit of time, it really contributed a lot to my journey as a person, as a human being. I think one thing that I always admire back home is that when I was doing this, I always get grounded to my Indigenous background, which is connecting with not only like just young people, but trying to put up a platform where it's intergenerational. So the elders, and even as Jack said and mentioned about the spirits and the ancestors and Mother Nature, we try to put that in a collective platform. The second, I think, is expanding the platform also, because often, I know there's already, to start up, there's already the Rotaract that the Rotary is working with. The way I'm saying it, it's a very helpful platform for young people, but I think we need to expand that further, because what's happening mostly is that it's educated young people, the privileged young people. The young people that I've worked with are the illiterate, the most that are not always seen by society, like Indigenous and Muslim young people that I've worked with in the Philippines and even in Kibera in Kenya. These are like migrant young people, which are not often visibly seen by society. And the way I'm gonna be advocating further in this platform is really, let's work with Rotaract, but maybe also further expand that when we're doing our community works. That would be more inspiring and hopeful.
This is for both of you briefly. So I think whether it's coming from young people, whether it's addressing, especially in this country, some of the legacies of colonialism in terms of land ownership and, and populations living there. What are some entry points for people who are trying to have conversations with their neighbors, with their Rotary Club members, to talk about these things and find solutions without feeling confrontational?
It's a big question, a question that can be applied to many situations in life that we are all living right now. As I mentioned in my presentation, I think it really comes from deep listening. So often we go into these conversations, I did this when I was a younger person, learning about the history of the land that I hadn't learned, coming into my family dinner table, ready to fight, right? I was ready to be like, no, this is why we need to acknowledge land. It's not a way to have a conversation. It doesn't create a dialogue, And so I think what I have had to learn, and part of the journey at Tranby and here continued at Rotary has reminded me of again and again, is like, how do you enter that conversation? Because that's going to affect how the conversation goes. Are you ready to have your point heard? Or are you ready to invite questions with curiosity? Because this is a conversation that has a lot of feeling and a lot of fear attached to it. right? It is really hard to recognize that you didn't learn the full history of your country growing up. It doesn't get easier with time though. You know, once we start learning, we do have a responsibility to keep learning and unlearning, which is a big part of the journey. And so I think being really grounded in yourself and being willing to have those tough conversations with yourself, feel the emotions, move through it, do the research, but then get ready to talk to people and remind yourself when you're entering those conversations, like, is my goal here to listen and understand? Because that'll help them make sense of their journey versus coming in with your agenda and you want them walking out doing one thing and one thing only. These are hard conversations to have, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't have them. If anything, it shows us why we need to have them and the fact that if we keep avoiding them, it doesn't make the conversation easier. So to some, have those hard conversations with yourself, enter these dialogues with curiosity and with a willingness to learn and just explore.
Just expand that further about deep listening. 2 points. One is acknowledging the present situation. I think we could do that by, as Jacinta said, in the indigenous culture, like even acknowledging the land, acknowledging the people, where they're coming from, because always in that kind of community, there are people who had been traumatized, and acknowledging that both as a divider, but also as a connector. So there's always 2 sides of the coin. The second point is use creative arts. That for me has been useful in both age spectrum. Like I've used that for young people. I also did that with the elders when I'm doing a facilitative kind of community works, like use the creative arts so that everyone can have a platform, but also a space to share. It should not just be dominated of one person who's always articulate, who's always have the knowledge, because I always believe that each one of us, the diversity of our ideas, our experience, our lived experience, and even our insight is always beautiful and always contribute to the dialogues.
Are there other in-person questions or Zoom questions? Yes. Where's the fastest?
Chris.
Here we go.
To be honest with you, this is one of the most interesting topic, and I'm actually surprised to hear it from you coming from Australia, because I want to take you to South Africa for a moment, where land issue is a big deal. So how would you approach the Afrikaners who basically taking the land through a brutal way of indigenous land from South Africa? What would you tell such people that don't want to listen? They don't want to acknowledge that the land was taken in a way that was unfair and a brutal way. Like, how would someone like you approach such people?
Big question. Important question. And from I don't know a lot about South Africa right now and what's happening politically, but I do know that its history shares a lot with Australia's history. I think that it's important when we enter these spaces and conversations to remember, as my wise thesis advisor reminded me earlier this week, you can't have this conversation at this time with every person. Right? There are people who are ready to have this conversation, and there are people who won't be ready for 10 years. And you've got to work within that spectrum. In Australia, there are still people that don't acknowledge that we live on Aboriginal land. But because Aboriginal community members and because a lot of activism has happened over the generations, we are now at a place in our history that Aboriginal flag is flown at our Parliament building. There is not one politician that can walk into business every day and not recognize, whether they want to or not, that we are on Aboriginal land. That doesn't mean politics are perfect. That doesn't mean we don't still have challenges of racism, as I'm sure South Africa, as we all know, still does, right? But it's how we have the conversation, not as a you know, and I've got good having this conversation with my own father, but saying that it's Aboriginal land doesn't mean these communities are saying for me to leave, right? This is my home too. This is where I've been raised. The question is, if we both care for the land, how are we caring for it? Are you just seeing it as a piece of property? Because if so, that's a different kind of system. If we both see it as a relationship, we both recognize its importance in our future, our children's and grandchildren's future, then it shifts the conversations we start having. I spoke about the eucalyptus and fire management, and this is something that is still ongoing in Australia. Aboriginal cultural burning is the best way to look after our land. You've all seen that Australia suffers from big bushfires. One of the reasons that this happens is because Indigenous bushrangers were not given the rights to manage the land in the ways they had done for over 65,000 years. After the last big bushfires in my state, New South Wales, there was a big conversation that happened. And part of it was that when they looked at where burned and where didn't, unsurprisingly, the parts managed by Indigenous fire burning did not have the destructive wildfires that other parts of the state did. It reminds us, listening to Indigenous stories is not about saying that this is not my place of belonging. We can't go back, but we have a choice in how we move forward. And so the question is, are we willing to care for the land? And if so, how do Indigenous peoples need to be included? It's not about saying this isn't my place too, but it's about recognizing that my ancestors are a tiny blip of the Australian story. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have been there for over 65,000 years and many generations. If we don't listen to those stories, we will not know how to care for our land, and we will not have a future for my hopeful children and grandchildren of the future.
Just to add to that, as an Indigenous person also, I think in the Philippines, we're still learning and we're still in a journey of even as far as this model in Australia. I think as an Indigenous person, I always say like, in this context, we could always, it's a long journey, but at the same time, in the journey, we could always find allies. And that's what we've been doing in the Philippines. So even like acknowledgement of the land is not yet a practice. We have an Indigenous law. It's there, but it's not like even like applied as it's written. So I think at the end of the day, each country has its own journey and context that we need to look at. We could look at other countries as an example, but we could also like go back inside and look at, based on our homeland, what are some of these Indigenous practices that maybe we could use, like intergenerational collective action, those kind of practices that we could also like work and expand with our counterparts also from the other members of society. I think that for me is also like a good way to move forward.
Is there one quick question, one more quick question? We're now standing between lots of questions at lunch. So maybe we invite everyone to take your questions to the fellows, continue the conversation. The next panel starts exactly at 1:40.
Thank you.
Wait.
Thank you.
Do not. So, in case for people who have not been here before, we're breaking for lunch. There is a buffet line downstairs and there is another one upstairs. So I would encourage you to divide yourselves between that and it will go more quickly. There are tables upstairs and downstairs. Fellows and alumni there will be a fellow or an alum at each of the tables. So you are able to engage in conversation. Now, one more thing. What we have noticed over the years is that there is a tendency to depart after lunch. And I want to tell you that the best is still yet to come. So we want to see you this afternoon.
It's working.
those of us that are Rotarians know that the highest honor we can give to an individual is to recognize them as a Paul Harris Fellow. We do this with individuals who demonstrate great character, high ethical standards, but also real dedication to endeavors that align with Rotary's mission and our foundation programs. And certainly our UNC Duke Peace Center fits that bill. And so it is my great pleasure to ask Suzanne Mamad to come and receive a Paul Harris Fellow. I'm done.
Welcome back. My name is Haruna Fkaya. I am a Rotary Peace Fellow from Japan. I'm sponsored by Rotary International District 2590. For a long time, I unconsciously viewed people experiencing hardship as someone different from myself. Experiencing my own fear and vulnerability taught me how easily we focus on differences, but true peace building lies in recognizing our shared vulnerability and humanity. Today, I want to talk about my journey of transforming my perspective through this program and invite you to rethink peace building and peace building work together with me. So when I started this program in the summer of 2023, I was a new mother with this 6-month-old baby boy, still breastfeeding. This is my son. He's beautiful. I was filled with excitement of the academic and professional journey awaiting me. But at the same time, I was terrified. I was in a foreign situation, not familiar with the system, the culture, and the language. And on top of that, I was responsible for this tiny human being. Even simple tasks like grocery shopping, filling out forms felt overwhelming. Becoming a new mother in a foreign country made me confront my own limits and loss of control. For the first time, I felt vulnerable. I grew up in a relatively stable environment, free from direct threat of insecurity and instability. I now recognize that it was a privilege that my birthplace and background shaped. Also, I grew up in a relatively homogeneous community. I had a limited understanding of multiculturalism and its nuances. It wasn't until I stepped outside of this environment that I began to see how much I had taken for granted and how much I needed to learn. The perspective began to shift when I was 15 and joined the Rotary Youth Exchange Program, which took me to Finland for a year. Living with host families and meeting new friends from around the world, I immersed myself in a diverse culture. More importantly, I witnessed the discrimination and exclusion faced by immigrants and refugees. What struck me the most was the stark contrast in attitudes. I was also a foreigner residing in Finland, but an attitude directed at me was completely different from that toward immigrants and refugees. This experience made me question how we label individuals and how factors such as legal status, socioeconomic background, and societal perceptions influence a person's access to dignity, opportunity, and sense of belonging. This realization motivated me to pursue a career in international development, where I could advocate for marginalized communities and contribute to building safer and more inclusive societies. So for nearly a decade, I worked at Japanese governmental agency for foreign aid, driven by the belief that Japan's unique development journey could offer meaningful insights to countries and communities facing similar development challenges. I was passionate and committed, and this commitment came with personal sacrifice too. I missed countless important life events, such as my best friend's weddings and even my grandparents' funerals, because I was working far away from home. However, over time, I began to question a system that prioritized measurable outcomes and solutions over genuine human impact. Local communities were often categorized as beneficiaries or affected populations. They were frequently stripped of agency rather than being engaged as equal partners with valuable insights. Ironically, I entered this field of international development to challenge the very labels that divided us. I was motivated by the discomfort of being treated differently from immigrants, even I was also a foreigner residing in Finland. However, unintentionally, I became a part of the system that perpetuated the same patterns driven by donor priorities and often unaware of local voices. This fellowship gave me a space for deep reflection and unlearning. In the beginning, I felt shame. It was unsettling to confront how much I had contributed to power imbalances, which was shaped by the privilege I carry as someone from Global North and as an aid worker. What I realized was that even with good intentions, my work often overlooked the voices, knowledge, and the agency of the communities that I hope to support. By focusing on providing solutions, I missed the opportunity to truly listen, co-create with those who understand their lives the most. One pivotal moment came during my applied field experience. I interned with the International Organization for Migration based in Morocco. What I observed was that despite numerous commitments and policies to support migrants, there are significant gaps between policymaking and implementation. Additionally, some efforts struggle to adequately address the actual needs of the impacted people. I was especially moved by the challenges faced by migrant mothers in irregular situations, especially during childbirth. Fear of discrimination, fear of deportation often deters migrant women from seeking public health care and services. This leaves them without adequate physical and emotional support during this critical period of pregnancy and childbirth. Furthermore, the absence of legal and administrative support creates significant barriers to establishing their children's civil status, beginning with birth registration. For many families without documentation, the process is just complex and inaccessible. Without proper birth registration, their children risk statelessness. This exclusion may hinder their children's access to fundamental rights to nationality, legal protection, access to healthcare, education, and future employment. Learning about these mothers' experiences triggered deep personal reflection. Vulnerability is often shaped by the systems and circumstances that surround us. Policy and structures can exacerbate or even create vulnerabilities, trapping people in cycles of disadvantage. And I recalled my journey, my personal journey as a new mother in a foreign country. Despite holding legal status and having tremendous support from this program and its community, I still found everyday life overwhelming. Then I asked myself, what if I don't have the protections? What if I were undocumented in a precarious situation? How would I navigate? Who would help me? And how would I protect my child? It was when my personal experience of vulnerability began to evolve in an understanding of shared vulnerability, a space where empathy can grow. While our circumstances are different, but the emotions are deeply connected. The desire to keep our children safe is something universal regardless of legal status, nationality, or migratory path. It is a shared human experience that connects us all. It is easy to focus what makes us different, to sort people into categories, even without meaning to. But when we do that, we risk creating distance between each other. What really matters is recognizing what we share as human beings and using that understanding to cultivate empathy. Empathy is not simply about feeling others from a distance. It is recognizing that someone else's reality could have been mine. It's about seeing through the lens of our own lives. When we begin transforming our mindsets, moving away from seeing others as different, we can recognize our shared vulnerabilities and the connection that unites us, rather than the labels that divide us. The Rotary Peace Fellowship has been more than just gaining knowledge and skills. It taught me how to relate to the world, and more importantly, how to relate to myself. And I cannot change the fact that I come from a privileged background, someone from Global North, but I can choose to listen, to amplify the voices, and help create spaces that are more inclusive and equitable. And I am responsible for how I use this position. This is not an easy process. It wasn't something I learned in a classroom or I was trained for within my organization. And it came with this discomfort of challenging my biases. True peace building begins with this internal transformation, the willingness to question our assumptions, embrace discomfort, recognize shared humanity, and practice empathy. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Hello. My name is Paola. My last name is Saldivias Mendez. I use them both to honor father and mother. I am from Ecuador, Bolivia, and Peru. I am an Andean woman from the Andes. The title of my presentation, Starring at Peace Through the Teachings of My Abuelas, responds to my motivation of sharing creative ways for everyday peace, pun intended. I want to start my presentation with a question, and I would like to invite you all to participate with a show of hands. Have you ever heard someone ask, or have asked yourselves, what do you mean by peace? Or the sister question, what does peace look like? Some shy hands, yes, all right. Okay, so we have all heard these questions or some version of these questions. Thank you for participating. Today, I have a mission for my presentation, to awaken the profound knowledge that each of us hold to answer these questions and to remind us that the source of this wisdom is present in the ways we choose to live our lives every day. There are, of course, many ways of answering these important questions at a large scale and at smaller scales. Rotary is committed to answering these questions, and as Peace Fellows, we share that commitment. As a strategy to my mission today of awakening our pockets of wisdom, throughout my presentation, I will share with you my own experience, tapping into the knowledge that I received from my ancestors, my abuelas, to find some answers. Let me start by introducing one valuable response offered by the Institute of Economics and Peace, or IEP. Understanding that peace is more than the absence of violence, this think tank presents us with the 8 pillars of positive peace to guide the efforts and commitments to create peaceful and flourishing societies. These 8 pillars, as you can see, are well-functioning governments, equitable distribution of resources, free flow of information, good relations with neighbors, high levels of human capital, acceptance of the rights of others, low levels of corruption, and sound business environment. These pillars have reminded Rotary that what all their projects have in common is that ultimately they contribute to more peaceful societies. And that motivated the partnership between Rotary International and the IEP for the Rotary Peace Academy and the network of Rotary Peace Activators. At a policy level, this framework is immensely valuable. At a community level, it has the potential to reinforce our projects. And what about at a personal level? The 8 pillars of positive peace are an outward-looking framework. And as a Peace Fellow who understands that peace starts within, I felt curious about exploring a dimension that I feel is still missing, the inward integration of these pillars to foster positive peace in our lives for ourselves. How can the 8 pillars contribute to my life? How can they help me embody a peace builder identity? Exploring answers to these questions requires a lot of creativity. Fortunately, my abuelas, my grandmothers, and their ancestors taught me about creativity. Indigenous communities in the Andes are very creative in our agriculture, in the rituals of gratitude that we offer Pachamama, our Mother Earth, in our weavings. Our creativity is enriched by the relationships we have with the world around us. My favorite story of creativity involves the sky, the stars, and the constellations. You see, for the Andean cultures, the sky has information, and we receive it by observing the stars and the constellations. By observing the skies, the wise Andean elders knew when it was the right time for sowing and for harvesting. by interpreting the position of the stars, they knew the right time for celebration and the time for meditation. But of course, the sky is so vast. Look at it. They used their creativity and adjusted their perspective to take in the vastness of it. To observe the sky, instead of looking up, they looked down. They identified strategic places, built rock containers, and gathered water, which allowed them to look at the sky through the reflection of it in the water. We call their creation water mirrors. By looking at the reflection of the sky in the water, they would observe, study, and learn. This is my ancestral knowledge, and I embrace this creativity in my life. In the rest of the presentation, I will speak about the ways in which I wove together the ancestral knowledge of my abuelas with the knowledge that I've received of peace building. I looked at the 8 pillars of positive peace reflected in the waters of curiosity and self-awareness, and asked many questions as part of the process. Doing this exercise required me to pause, and in the fast-paced rhythm of our daily routine, where productivity takes priority, pausing is an act of courage. Let me show you how I looked at each pillar from a different perspective. I first looked at well-functioning government, and I asked myself, am I functioning well? Are my actions in harmony with my values? Do I have the clarity about my priorities? Am I living a life that I will be joyful to look back at 5 years from now? The answers that arrived resonated with a sense of accountability. Then I looked at equitable distribution of resources, and I thought, well, my resources are my time, my energy, my passion, and my commitment. Am I distributing them equitably in my life? Am I tending only to the urgent and neglecting the important? Am I making time and creating space for friends and family, for work, for community, for myself? The answers resonated with a sense of balance. When reflecting on good relationships with neighbors, I contemplated how readily I am to be present for others, to lend a hand, or perhaps a listening ear. But do I know how to reach out when I need support? Do I know how to ask for help, for a listening ear, for a kind heart? I thought about vulnerability. Embracing my abuela's knowledge, I looked at the 8 pillars of positive peace and reflected on them from another perspective. Each question represented a new star, and I asked questions, and I also reflected about the people in my life, and I thought about the experiences I've lived. Each thought represented a new star, and constellations are formed by the connections of the stars. So I connected the questions and the people and the experiences, and gradually they started forming my constellations of peace. The pillars of peace morphed into my constellations of accountability, balance, and vulnerability. Reflecting on the acceptance of the rights of others, low levels of corruption, and free flow of information formed the constellations of self-compassion, resilience, and inner dialogue. When I thought about high levels of human capital, I thought about some of the brilliant people in my life. My fellow fellows, my sister, my niece Isabella, who, by the way, has been the designer of the background that you see in the slide. She researched about the fabrics from the countries of all of our fellows from cohorts 22 and 23 and created this digital collage for the presentation. If my capital is my mind, my skills and my abilities, the ways in which I show up for my community, and the ways in which I show up for the work that I do, I ask myself, in what ways am I showing up for myself? How much value am I giving myself? This constellation formed self-worth. The last pillar is sound business environment. And I'd like to invite you all to just take a moment and pay attention to what comes to your mind when you think about this pillar. When you hear the name of the pillar, sound business environment, who comes to your mind? What experiences are coming back to you right now? Just take a moment with these thoughts. Make sure to take a mental note. If you have a pen in hand, maybe jot it down. And I invite you all to come back to this information afterwards and hold that thought, because that is your interpretation of this pillar. And it can be a starting point for you to explore your own stories with peace. For sound business environment, I thought, if business is about transaction, what are the transactions in my life? And what is the currency I am using for these transactions? Time, joy, service. Where am I allocating this currency? And who is investing in their currency of wisdom, patience, mentorship in me? I found the constellation of community. This reflection exercise is something that I designed as part of my experience in the fellowship, and I called it My Peace Constellations, telling my stories of peace, with the purpose of motivating more social entrepreneurs like me and community builders like us to creatively think about how they can embrace their peace builder identity by using the prompt, Constellations Tell Stories. What are your stories of peace? Just like my abuelas used the constellations as a guide, my own constellations are a guide to embrace my peace builder identity. I have expanded my stories of peace with constellations of gratitude, justice, and trust. And trusting that I was successful today with my mission of reminding you that you have the knowledge in your everyday life and the life of those you learn from, not only to answer questions about peace, but to nurture your peace builder identity by choosing daily what are the stories of peace you want to tell. I would like to close my presentation with a reminder and an ask from you. Remember, you have received so many stories of peace from all of us today, and hopefully some of them will become stars in your constellations. My ask for you today is to pause and give yourselves the space to reflect about who are the stars in your constellations. These are my mom, my sister, and the famous designer Isabella. And they are for sure part of my constellations. Who are those people in your life that remind you to be kind and compassionate? Who holds you accountable? Let them know. There is something very powerful about knowing that you are the peace in someone else's life. Gracias. Mic is on. You got tethered. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. You see why Susan said what she said.
I am Admay, and many of you tell me you know me already. I am the faculty director on the Duke side, along with my friend Suzanne Memo on the Carolina side. And falls to me to work with these beautiful young peace builders from Carolina and from Duke, whose panel has been called Internalizing Peace, Reflections on Our Journey. And as I listened to these presentations, and I want you to know I've seen these presentations from version 1 to version 25. And they're extraordinary. The Delta is beautiful. So when I was listening to both of them, something unusual happened to me, which is Eleanor Roosevelt, who these two will know is not my favorite person. But nevertheless, Eleanor Roosevelt, who is often associated with human rights and peace building, had an epigraph that I'm going to offer for a epigraph for this panel. And she said, many of you will have heard this before, where do human rights and peace building begin? In small places close to home, so close and so small, they cannot be seen on any maps of the world. Yet they are the world of the individual person, the neighborhood he or she lives in, the factory, the farm, the office, or where he or she works. Such are the places where every man, woman, and child seeks equal justice, equal opportunity, equal dignity without discrimination, peace. I'm adding the peace part. Unless these rights have meaning there, in those small places close to home, they have little meaning anywhere. I think that Eleanor Roosevelt got it wrong in one respect. I'm going to say how that is. For Paula and Haruna, one thing that has struck me here is that your education has not been a thing. It has not been an accessory that you add a nice pair of shoes or gorgeous like necklace, right? You have been given a transformational, it has not been a thing that has been given to you, but a transformational process that you have bravely and beautifully stepped into in those beautiful shoes and with that sensibility. So the work of learning and unlearning is lifelong, and leaning into that process with the spirits that you have will make a difference not only to you, but to all whose lives you touch. In other words, it will in that way be seen on the map of the world, as Jacinta put it earlier, in the personal, local, and global arenas. So thank you for who you have become. I mean that seriously. I'm going to ask one question to both of our panelists. And after that, I will be asking everyone to offer your questions. So, Pao and Haruna, one of the lessons that you have offered us is that learning always includes unlearning and always includes taking abstract ideas and making them your own. That is that when you're unlearning, you're coming to understand that what you've been socialized to believe is importantly not the full story, and sometimes a deliberately distorted story. This transformation, of course, means that you are now new, more deeply aware people who are working with your own stories of peace, as you put it, Pao, within a society and a system that is not yet aware or has not yet internalized their own stories of peace. This is the question. How will you navigate a bigger system that may resist change and not welcome the implications of what you have learned and unlearned? I'll go first. You got yours.
Yeah. I was so focused. I was all ready to give it to you. It's a huge question, big question, and definitely will be my next challenge when I, go back to work or go back to the where I come from, because I changed so much during this program. But at least what I can do is, I think, storytelling, because this is my story, and I can tell this story with my lived experience, and this storytelling will influence others, I believe. So, yeah.
Yes.
Um, I think that's something that Jack mentioned earlier, to understand who's ready to have a conversation and to also understand who's not. I think that's very important. And how you show up for those conversations is also fundamental in the process. And keeping community that with whom you speak a shared language, with whom you can explore experiences, and with whom you can safely go into hard conversations and difficult conversations, and hold each other accountable. I think having that will nurture the process and the challenges that we will definitely encounter when we leave this beautiful bubble.
Well, thank you. I have so much confidence in both of you. All right. Can we, I'd like to ask anybody first here in the Global FedEx building, if you have any questions for one or for both of our Peace Fellows. Yes, I see you up there.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chloe Mukibi. I am the Vice President of the Rotary Club at Methodist University. Thank you both for your presentations. They were both really wonderful and insightful. So my question can go out to both of you. Coming from Uganda, which is a global South country, which is not doing that great economically, and we have lots of aid. As you were saying, aid often subjugates like the mentality of the people, and it creates a dependency for aid rather than actual economic growth. What are strategies that Uganda as a government and as people and countries like Uganda can implement to actually grow in the long term economically, but also break the shackles of like colonialism and oppression mentally, like you were saying in your peace constellation, in your presentation? It's a holistic thing. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question. Sorry, did I cut you? No. Okay. I think a good initial strategy is to recognize and hold two things, maybe in parallel. One, that we are so many actors working on this and with the potential to work on this. So we do tend to look at things in a binary, as we have been taught in a way. So we look at government, and then we look at, like the organizations. And there are so many more actors. There's family, there's community, there's friends, elders. And so I think an important first step, or like first strategy, is to really map out who are the stars in your constellations. Who are you going to be in conversation with? Who can you bring into the community building? Who is out there who wants to also partake of the conversation? And I think that another element to keep in mind is that, yes, there are colonial structures, and we as people and as society are also a hybrid of that. So it's good that we question them, and it's good that we acknowledge them critically. And it's also good and important that we do it compassionately, because ultimately we are the result of that as well. We are all the hybrid that has happened, and we have been brought up, and we're growing and we're experiencing life in this context and with this formation. So let's not fight it, let's question it and critically look at it. But it is us, it is part of us. So I think that those two can be good strategies to start.
I think it's a hard question to answer, but one thing I can add here is that probably we can also learn from the tradition and history. And as in one of the sessions we covered about indigenous knowledge and local knowledge, and probably we can also like look at it and how people have done conflict resolution throughout the history, and how we can learn from that experience too. So that's one thing I get at here. Yeah.
Thanks, Aruna and Pao. John, do we have any questions from our virtual community? Not yet. Okay. All right. Thank you. I see your hand second to the top line up there. Oh, thanks.
Oliver.
Thank you both so much for those presentations. How beautiful and insightful, and I'm so grateful to you both. My question is for Pau. What a beautiful offering, this constellation of peace, and I'm wondering how you would invite others to adapt this framework to fit their own personal wisdom and identity.
Thank you. That's a beautiful question and such an important question. The constellations of peace make a lot of sense for me because I get grounded looking at the sky, as funny as that sounds. And I think that it's about precisely what you say, exploring your own stories, exploring your own system and your own communities, and what connections do you have. I think it's very important, going back to Trix and Jack's presentations, mending the relationships with the world around us and understanding the world as the living human and non-human. I think that is something that we can all enrich from. And it's also about reflecting on where you are learning and who you're learning from. I think that for me, that was a big process, and that was a big part of my process, to recognize myself as a woman from the Andes and to really tap into what is it in my daily life, in my routines, that I maybe took for granted. But then when I look at them from another perspective with more intentionality, then what does that give me? And it gave me the peace constellations. So it's an invitation to pause and give yourselves the opportunity to be lost, perhaps, with the certainty that you will find a path eventually.
John, I'm just going to wait to see if there are any virtual questions. If there are, you put up your hand, okay? All right. Anyone else from here? Yes, thank you, Laura. Here. Oh. I'll do what Erica did.
So thank you both for those personal stories. It was really inspiring to hear how you saw yourselves in your ancestry and traditions and in the human experiences of others. And I'm wondering, in the peace building field, we see a lot of burnout. We see a lot of people shouldering heavy burdens and feeling like they're taking that on alone. So how will your experiences and kind of acknowledging that you are existing in this common community and drawing on the history and stories of others to support your own work, how will that inform what you want to do professionally moving forward, and how you kind of sustain yourselves in this work?
All right, Haruna, you're going to get to go first.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, it's a great question. Well, this belief that I have this community and I have created this, oh my goodness, created this community will definitely motivate me in, even if I confront any challenges in the future in the work or something. And I have someone to talk to that is asset of this program. And I am so grateful for it. Where did I go over?
Yes. Yes. So building up on that. I think I'd like to offer, coming back to Grace's question, and understanding that, yes, in the work that we do, in the work of peace building development aid, we do hold a lot of tension, and we also hold it a lot here, in this space and in this bubble, oftentimes forgetting that we are all of this, and we are all of this. So I think, I know that tapping into vulnerability is hard, especially when we have opted not to because of the burden and because of the fast pace and because we need to get things done. And they're not gonna get done if I give myself 30 minutes to cry. But those 30 minutes are so valuable. Or, every 5. They are very valuable. And so we have this notion, and I invite you to reflect on how many times you've thought like, oh, I don't have time for this, not now. And my sister always says, if you don't take time for your body to rest, your body's gonna take that time for you. So really bringing in the intentional, like being intentional and starting to do the exercise of being within yourself, but not only in your head, not only in your rational sense, but actually starting to feel, where is it heavy? Where does it feel? Where is it? Is it in your shoulder? Is it in your stomach? Is it in your back? And we're very quick to look for the medicine, right? Oh, my head, a pill. Oh, my stomach, a pill. But what would come up for each of us if you just gave yourself, this is not to say to have a stomach ache for 2 days. Gideon is not going to be happy with that. But it is to say, your body also speaks to you. Your body also is calling for your attention. And so take a look at that as well.
Thanks, Pao. So I saw a hand over there, and then I see another one, but I've been told 5 minutes. So maybe what we could do is take both questions, if you say them both, and then we'll see if they can answer both. Can we get another runner?
Yeah. Thank
Over
you
to
for the
the other
emotional
person.
roller coaster. This day it's been incredible. If you could go back to the first day that you arrived and tell yourself something, so that while you're sitting right here today, you could reflect on that, what would you tell yourself?
I need to head it all the way up. And that person is right there, yeah.
Thank you both for sharing your stories, and you definitely inspired me to share my story, and I'll do it real quick. I know we are out of time. So I have, I don't know if I can say beautiful son. He's 16 years old. He would not like that expression, but he's still my baby. He's still my son, my child. And his morning started yesterday with this official letter. He's here on the United for Ukraine program. And his morning started with the email from custom and something services in the official one. And it's the first sentence was that you have 7 days to leave the country, and the last sentence was, we will find you. You'd better live by yourself. 4 hours later, we got the notification that it was a mistake. But then an hour later, maybe less than an hour later, one of the news was about the city that is less than 200 miles away from my hometown, where 9 children died because of on the children's playground. And it was this Saturday, and I never paid attention, and I never felt this self-empathy before I had that empathy after you cried sharing your story. And my question is, how are those empathy, self-empathy, self-awareness probably, how are they connected? How do they relate? What does it start with you? Thank you so much.
Sabrina, I'd like to have you go first, if that's okay with you.
Oh, for the first question and second question.
Take both of them or either of them. I think we might have to choose.
Address the second question first. I think just ask yourself, like, what if this situation was mine? What if, like, what happened to me? And you can start like asking another question, what would I do and what these people would think? And that's where you understand or you start recognizing that these people are also the same human beings and having the voices and having the agency, and also they have the power, or sometimes the power is deprived. And this notion of having the same ground, even though the situation is different, I think that can that can connect to the level of sort of like, having this like empathy from the distance. So like that's my way of, practice. And I think everyone else has, if everyone has their own way to, practice this empathy. So yeah, so I'm so glad that if my story kind of like inspired your perspective too. Thank you. And for the first question, I would say breathe. And I just got the same message from Susan. So still breathe. So breathe. But again, like coming back to the point of Paola, like it's okay to take a pause. It's okay to, make a break. It's okay to have some moment to reflect. It is self-care. So you don't have to push yourself all the time. That's my advice.
Last words.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I think I would tell her that it will be hard, that making your dreams come true is beautiful and it is hard, and that it is okay.
Congratulations. You can do it. Let's get together. All right.
Very great.
Yes, you can.
Do this. I think we have to figure it out. We have to read that Caroline. What do you want us to do, Susan? Mine works.
No, it's fine. So didn't they do a great job? So our last, the last part of our of the day is the presentation of the Rotary Fellowship completion certificates to each of the graduating fellows, and they received their Rotary alumni pins. So
So Layla Abed. Patrick Henry Asanaro. On that side. Wow. Have Jacinta Bailey. Haruna Fukaya. Jack, you need to have something? Sure. Taking the rules. Okay. All right, Harina. Let's do this again.
Gideon Kapalasa. Paola Saldivida Mendez.
Alexandra Zaborowska. You're so welcome. Bravo. You're welcome.
Well, good afternoon one more time. Yeah, let me begin by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for being here today. Well, this conference is not just an event, or was not just an event that each one of us had to wake up like 7 a.m. and start preparing and all that. Or maybe 5 a.m., 6 a.m. But it is a combination of 2 years of deep learning, personal transformation, and shared commitment to peace. For my cohort, Rotary Peace Fellows Class 22, this journey has been one of immense growth, both professionally and personally. The Rotary Peace Fellowship is truly one of the most extraordinary programs in the world, made possible by the generous support of the Rotary International. Among the many opportunities this fellowship has given us, two stand out the most: the deep introspection it inspires and the strong sense of community. Well, we all remember how we began this journey, some with uncertainty, others with excitement. But through countless experiences, challenges, and triumphs, we have found clarity in our purpose and renewed our commitment to contributing to a more peaceful world. Of course, this journey would not have been possible without the support, without the people who supported us along the way. Our host families, shout out to them. They were more than just hosts. They became our anchors, our extended families. Well, I personally remember arriving in the United States. It was my first time leaving Malawi. And in fact, the first time on a plane, you can imagine. It was quite an experience. Navigating through this country would have been very overwhelming. But thanks to our incredible host area coordinator, Mr. Randy Ricky. Together with our hosts, they made the transition become a journey of warmth and belonging. So to all our host families, we say thank you. Your kindness and generosity has left a lasting impact on us. The 2 years have been filled with both highs and lows. The shift from working in the field to becoming full-time students was a challenge. It tested our resilience, honestly. But through it all, we had the continuous support of our Duke-UNC Peace Center team. Susan Carroll, Tom, and of course, the entire staff at the center. Thank you so much for your patience, your encouragement, your unwavering support. We will forever be grateful for your dedication and care. This moment is particularly special because as we mark the completion of our fellowship, we also honor the retirement of our beloved Center Director, Susan Carroll. Susan, I don't think the words can fully capture the impact you have had, not just on us, but on every fellow who has passed through the Duke-UNC Peace Center. Your warmth, wisdom, and leadership have shaped the journey of so many. So on behalf of Class 22, Class 23, and all cohorts that came before us, we want to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Susan. Tom, can you please? And of course, lastly, and certainly not least, to the faculty members at Duke and UNC, Professors Catherine Admey, Suzanne Maman, Jonathan Abels, Francis Letham, and all our academic coordinators and supervisors. Thank you for guiding us, challenging us, and making this journey meaningful. This is the time where I was going to invite the class to present everything, but we've done that already. So as I leave once again, thank you all for making this year's Peace Conference a successful. Thank you so much.
And that concludes the 22nd Annual Rotary Peace Conference. And on your calendars for next year, April the 11th, 2026.